Welcome, everyone, to today's Town of Chatham Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. The date is October 13th, 2022. This meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please let us know. Pursuant to Governor Baker's July 16th, 2022 signing of an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, including the extension of his March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law until March 31st, 2023. This meeting of the Chatham Zoning Board of Appeals is being conducted via in-person and remote participation and shall afford adequate alternative means of public access via Microsoft Teams by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410. Then you have to punch in the ID number, which is 522-003-760, and then hit the pound. Or you can join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link on the posted agenda. Despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. In accordance with town policy, the public can speak to any issue/hearing or business item on the agenda during the meeting when recognized by the chair. To authorize this hybrid form of meeting, I will now have a roll call of all members, so please state your name and whether you vote yes or no, starting with Mr. Upson.
James Upson, I approve this format.
William Grau, I approve this format.
Megan Story, I approve this format.
Paul C. Semple, I approve this format.
David S. Nixon, I approve it.
David R. Thompson, I approve it.
Randy Potash, I approve it.
David H. Veach, I approve.
I would ask that if any citizens or non-board members participating in the call via the phone, give us your name, please, and the last four digits of your phone number for identification purposes. The way we conduct the meeting is as follows. The hearing notice will be read by the lady to my right. This is Sarah B. Clark. She is the PPO for the town of Chatham. That is the principal permitting officer. After that, the representative or the individual that has filed the appeal or application will have a presentation. When they are done, I would ask that anybody in favor of the appeal or application that wishes to speak to indicate to us that you wish to be included and speak. When that's done, I will read any and all letters that have been received by the board. Following that, I would ask that anyone who wishes to speak against the appeal or has a specific question to do so in the same manner as the individuals who wish to speak in favor. In other words, let us know either by waving a hand or whatever happens, and go to the mics if you're here and speak there. When we were done with that, there could very well be some rebuttal testimony. Then the members would ask their questions to anyone who had presented anything in the above that I'd listed. Following that, we would close the hearing and go into deliberation. You should know that in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to be successful, you have to have a supermajority vote in favor. In our case, there are 5 votes, so that means you need to get 4 yes votes to be successful. Voting today will be Mr. Upson, Mr. Semple, myself, and the 2 Daves. Is there any question? I would also like to introduce 2 other people that are here today with us, as they usually are. We have Mrs. Kilkenny. She is an administrative facilitator for the Department of Community Development. And Mr. Jay Briggs is here today with us, and he's our building commissioner. Thank you both for joining us. First order of business, minutes. Paul?
I'll move to approve the minutes as published for September 22nd, 2022.
Dave Veach seconds.
Okay, we need a roll call vote on that. Buck?
Buck votes yes.
All votes yes?
Dave?
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. I don't think there was anything else, no. Okay. Okay, Sarah, let's begin with 22-082, please.
Application number 22-082, RNS Nominee Trust, care of Michael D. Ford Esquire, P.O. Box 485, West Harwich, Mass. 02671. Owner of property located at 144 Chat Harbor Lane, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 5B, Block 1, Lot 10. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a nonconforming dwelling on a nonconforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. The existing dwelling is nonconforming, and that it is located within the Coastal Conservancy District, floodplain elevation 12. The proposed dwelling will be nonconforming, and that it will be located 12 feet from the Coastal Conservancy District where a 50-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 920 square feet, 6.4%. The proposed building coverage is 1,650 square feet, 11.5%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 14,400 square feet of contiguous buildable upland, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Zoning Board, Attorney Mike Ford. I'm here on behalf of the trust for the property at 144 Chat Harbor Road. With me is Aaron Avati from PSD, who's a design architect who will be describing the elevations to the board that we've presented. Also on Zoom, I believe, Mr. Chairman, is Sean Riley of Coastal Engineering, who is the site engineer. And also on Zoom, as part of the team, is Aaron Polhemus of PSD, Mr. Chairman, who unfortunately is a little bit under the weather and was unable to be here in person today. So, Sarah, perhaps if you would put up just the locus map, which I think is number 2 on the... So this is the site of 144 Chat Harbor Road. It is a property that is on Nantucket Sound, accessed through the dirt road known as Chat Harbor Road, coming off of Cockle Cove Road in the village of South Chatham. It's a lot a little under 5 acres in size, heavily wooded, and currently where we have a red dot on there is where there is an existing single-family dwelling at the edge of the property near the sound on top of the coastal bank. A little bit of history, I think, is in order on this site. To put it, the current proposal in perspective, perhaps, Sarah, you could go to, I think it's number 18. So last year, the zoning board had a proposal before it for this site. This was the site plan for it. And what it proposed was that the house down near the water be demolished and that a new house be constructed up in the middle of the lot. They proposed a driveway coming off of Chat Harbor Lane there on the left, as you can see it coming down, and then constructing a new house up in that area. And there was considerable opposition. The neighbors to the north and to the east were in opposition. They had a number of reasons, but principally one of their major reasons, having reviewed the record and spoken with their counsel over the last several months, was that this particular proposal would remove a large number of trees in what is now a wooded knoll, if you've been to the site and realized it. And their concern was a couple of things, but driving most of the concerns I heard through their counsel was they're concerned about the salt marsh, and the salt marsh that backs up to all of their homes, both on the east and to the north. And they were also concerned that the loss of those trees would make the property more vulnerable, storms or otherwise. And so there was opposition throughout the neighborhood. Ultimately, that plan was withdrawn. It was not put to a vote before this board. At least that's the record that I've reviewed. Perhaps if you go back to 17, the prior one, Sarah. So here is the existing site, And as I said, there is a house that's down on the water on the south, not utilized now. My clients bought the property. They did have a new septic system improved to be in compliance with the zoning bylaw, but it's been unoccupied. They haven't used it. And if you've been out to the site, you'll realize why it's not being used. It's in very difficult shape. It's a house which has about 920 square feet of existing building coverage, and then decks on 3 sides all around it. And it sits up on the coastal bank. So the first thing my clients asked me to do, given the history of this site, was to reach out to Attorney David Reed, who had represented the abutters in the previous proposal. And Mr. Reed, I assume with the approval of his clients, agreed to discuss the matter with me, and we agreed to meet at the site. And so we did. We walked the site and didn't spend much time up in the area where the prior proposal was, but came down to where the existing house was. And as Mr. Reed articulated it to me, what his clients were looking for was somebody who would redevelop the site where the current house was and remove as few trees as possible and try and keep any disturbance on the site to the areas that were already disturbed, if at all possible. Again, the overriding concerns that he articulated to me that his clients had were protection of the salt marsh. That seemed to be number 1 always. And then 2, in this case, trying to keep this larger lot undisturbed the way it is now, particularly the heavily treed area as it goes up and into and is surrounded by the salt marsh. The other thing that he brought to my attention was that his clients were concerned about a culvert that runs from the westerly side of the access road, just about where the green starts on the access road as you're coming down off of Old Chatham. That's exactly where it is, Sarah, thank you. And there's a culvert that runs under there. That's critical because that culvert feeds the salt marsh that winds around back up behind their houses and to the north of the property in question. They were concerned that construction vehicles might cause damage to the roadway above that culvert and thus the culvert itself, creating a pinch, if you will. And they were concerned that that area continued to flow tidally, as it does now, and that the salt marsh not be harmed in that area. So I took those comments back to my clients. Those were the principal areas of concern. And we went to work. And the criteria that we utilized as we went forward, and my clients directed the professional staff who were working for them, was to try and keep the disturbance in the area of the existing house, complying with, obviously, floodplain conservancy district and other regulatory limitations. And also trying to keep the size of the disturbance to what was there. So if you take the existing house, as I indicated, about 920 square feet in building coverage, if you add the decks around it, you come up with a disturbed area underneath that of about 1,650 feet. And so that was our goal, to try and keep a house 1,650 feet or so, provided it was authorized under the zoning bylaw, in size. And that's where we've come up with the plan that we'll present to you today in terms of that. Secondly, we retain coastal engineering. Sean Riley is on the Zoom call, as I've indicated. And his office and engineers investigated the culvert, found out that it was flowing, did an analysis of it. And when we went to the Conservation Commission, and we had several hearings there, part of the protocol that the Conservation Commission required, and they're going to insert in their order of conditions, is one where we put metal plates over it during construction, even though it appears that the roadway is okay, but just to ensure that there isn't any damage, and then a reinspection requirement after construction to make sure that the culvert hasn't been damaged, and if it has, then to fix whatever damage that there is. So The culvert is a priority. It's been addressed at conservation. It's part of the protocol to be incorporated in the order of conditions. So with that, if you could go back, I think now to the zoning site plan, which is number 5. So this is the proposal that is before you today for the special permit that we've requested. And it's a difficult plan in that we've tried to overlay it over that disturbed area of the existing house. And you can see it underneath where the square of the existing house is and the deck around that existing house. And as I've indicated, that was, make sure that's off. As I've indicated, that's about 1,650 feet, and what we did, and we had to come up with a longer house, but where we've located it, we've achieved a couple of things. First, the existing structure is in the V zone, not by much, but a triangular portion of it is in the V zone of the FEMA maps. The current location is out of the floodplain. Secondly, the current house is actually in the Conservancy District. Moving it the way we have, it's out of the Conservancy District. And so the only way, however, we could get the 1,650 square feet that we have there for living area is to have a longer, thinner design. And that was the charge given to PSD to come up with something that would be able to fit within the setbacks of the Conservancy District, and we're seeking setback relief. We're going from being in the Conservancy District to our closest point being about 11 feet out of the Conservancy District, where 50 feet is required. And the house is about 25 feet in width. It's a very narrow house, you'll see that, and then a longer house. But what we did once we came up with this footprint is that I got back to Mr. Reed, asked him if he'd meet me at the site again, and I could give him an update as to where we were at in terms of design. So he did. David accommodated me. He was very professional throughout this process. And I had the corners of this house staked. And he came out, he looked at it, and I showed it to him, and showed him we were trying to stay exactly within the area that was currently disturbed, although we needed to move things back for conservation. Out of the V zone, out of the Conservancy District, and that this was the plan. Didn't have the elevations at that point, but I did have at least this footprint. And while certainly Mr. Reed couldn't speak for his clients entirely, he kind of gave me the impression and the idea that, hey, you're in the right direction. This is the area that they were hoping that you would redevelop. So that's kind of the background. From that, the elevations were put together. And maybe this is a good point, Mr. Chairman, if I bring Aaron Avadi up, with your permission, we could run through the elevations quickly so they could see the house.
Fine.
Are you, Aaron Uvardi with Polhemus Sabri de Silva. Yeah, so this is the north elevation. So this is from the landward side. You'll see that there is the lower level, which is on the lower right-hand side, is the lower entry. That's how you enter the house. And then we've got our first floor living space, and then the second floor would be bedrooms and bathrooms. You could go to the next slide, please. As Mike was saying, the shape of the house is linear and narrow. So on the west and east elevations, you get a very narrow elevation of the house. And again, it steps down on the left there, and that's the entry. And then first floor living and second floor bedrooms. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is the water side south elevation. Again, this is at the rear of the house, and it's got the two porches on the side. And it is basically shows the living on the first floor, and then we've got two bedrooms flanking and a third bedroom on the second floor. There's one more elevation. The east elevation is part of the narrow view that you'd see from the eastward side. And
That's the side facing Cockle Cove Beach.
yes. So that's it for the elevations.
Okay. And Aaron is here for questions when we get to that point, Mr. Chairman, if the board certainly has them. So with that, what I'd like to do is go to the criteria. So this is a unique lot as I start the criteria, and maybe go back to the zoning plan. In that, while it's very large, it's, as I say, over 4.5 acres in size, so it's probably one of the largest lots, if not the largest lot in this particular area. It's unique in that, given our definitions of buildable upland and being out of the Conservancy District and out of the floodplain, it has two pockets of buildable upland within it. One is the area where the last proposal was before you, up in that knoll. And there's about 14,400 square feet of buildable upland up there. And then where we're proposing the house is another 6,600 square feet that's outside the Conservancy District where we propose to build this one. So while there's 198,000 square feet in this lot, the buildable upland is about 21,000. And only 14,400 of which is contiguous. And our bylaw requires that the buildable upland on a lot be contiguous for the purposes of determining building coverage percentage. So I'd suggest to you that what we have here is a lot that is adequate for the proposed replacement dwelling. We're able to locate the replacement dwelling out of the Conservancy District, as I indicated in my opening. Right now, a portion of it is in, so it has a 0 setback, and we'll end up with about an 11-foot setback at its closest point. And our building coverage works out to be 11.4%, where the maximum of 15% is allowed. And that's the maximum of the largest buildable area portion of the lot. That's how we were requested by the building department to place it on the plan. So we think the site is adequate, and we think we've located the building in the right location, and we're hopeful that we've located in the location where we were given direction as the preference by all of the abutters. The compatibility, the size of the proposed structure with neighboring properties, while it is larger than some of the cottages if you come in on Chat Harbor, it is similar in size, and I've done a map, and why don't I just give you one of these? I don't have one for everybody, Mr. Chin, but one for your record, so that Sarah has it. So I did take a look as you come in Chat Harbor Lane off of Cockle Cove Road, and looked at the size of the houses. To the north of Cockle Cove Road, those houses are all, in terms of a base size, they run 2,600, 2,400, 2,600, 2,500, 1,500. Remember, we're a base size of 1,650 in terms of actual building coverage. The cottages below the road are smaller. Most of those are 600. There's one right on the left as you come in, 1,380 in terms of its base. And the other cottages that are to the east of the salt marsh are of a similar size, 1,000, 700, 880, 1,018 in terms of their footprint. There are a few larger homes in the area. Over off of Cockle Cove Road, there's a 4,500 gross square foot house, and there's another lot with a couple of houses on it on the right-hand side as you're coming down to this property, which is over 2,500 square feet in terms of the base. So I think that leaves us, frankly, compatible, particularly if you take a look at the lot size. The lot size of many of the very small cottages, they're on very small lots. And I'm giving them credit for all of their lots, and yet portions of their lots are not buildable upland, obviously, because they're butting right up against the salt marsh, which is their concern. So we have, and you've asked now for gross floor area figures. PSD did that. The first floor, even though the footprint's 1,650, the finished space on the first floor is a little over 1,400 square feet. Second floor, 1,070. And then in the basement, we have 2 finished areas. There's a mudroom down there and a laundry, and the rest of it is mechanicals and utilities and storage. So the finished area, gross floor area that we're proposing, all is shown on floor plans that we've given you, is 2,894, if you take all 3 levels that is proposed. So very difficult to find the gross numbers using assessor's maps, but I've done the best I could on the one sheet that I passed in. And again, I think certainly larger than some of those small cottages that were previously cottage colonies that were then converted to condominiums, which were then converted back to single-family homes and then sold as individual lots. Those were larger than, but the others to the north of the road and the others on some of the larger lots, it seems to me we fit right in terms of size. And on an almost 4.5 acre lot, I would suggest that that renders this structure compatible. The extent of the proposed increase in nonconforming nature of the structure or use, there's no increase in nonconformity on this site with this proposal. None. We do solve a couple of nonconformities. We get out of the Conservancy District. We're 11 feet at its closest, so we're still not complying in terms of that setback. But we're not creating any new nonconformities on the site. Impact of scale, siting, and mass on neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. I think what we tried to do was to go to that point in the lot that most of the neighbors wanted the redevelopment to occur. And I think it's fair to say, given the fact that the lot slopes up back towards them and then goes down, there's that knoll there that's heavily treed that will continue and remain in that state, that we don't think there's an impact on views and vistas. Now, is there an impact from the water? Of course there is. But we'd suggest it's a good impact. What's there now is not much to look at. It's a tired structure. If you looked at it, the decks are in difficult shape. The house itself is in difficult shape. The part you see is the first half is concrete, and then the house above it. We think this is a nicely designed house, will fit in, and frankly, it's a modest house and will not overwhelm the coastal bank where it is. Compatibility of the proposed use with neighboring uses. It'll continue to be residential, so the use is certainly compatible. Adequacy of method of sewage disposal, source of water and drainage. There's a new septic system that's proposed. You can see it on this site plan. It's to the north of the house itself. That was previously approved by the Board of Health and the Conservation Commission. Separate order of conditions and a variance issued by the Board of Health. That system will be constructed in accordance with this plan, assuming this board allows this particular proposal to go forward. Impact on traffic flow and safety. This is a narrow access road. If you went in on it, much of it is one lane as you get down towards the house. But we think continuing to use it for a modest single-family home will not have a negative impact on traffic flow and safety. Don't think there's any impact on noise and litter. There are adequate utilities. I don't believe the formula business applies. And the extent of lateral expansion in the floodplain becomes a non-issue because we were able to get it out of the floodplain, move it out of the V zone, so it's out of the Conservancy District and the floodplain in that area in which it's proposed to be located. I did have conversations with Attorney Reed before this hearing. He did inquire about no construction occurring in July and August, not because this is an area where they're necessarily going to see or hear the construction, but coming up the one-way road in July and August, that was a request of his clients. We have no problem with the July and August, nothing going on, so that the road will not see that traffic during the summertime if the board sees fit to grant this, and we certainly would be able to take that as a condition. So that's our proposal, Mr. Chairman. We're here and happy to take questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here today or on Microsoft Teams that would like to speak in favor of this application? If so, please raise your hand or indicate on Microsoft Teams. Mr. Reed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, pleasure to see you again this afternoon. I'm Attorney David Reed, and as was indicated, I represent several of the neighbors in the area. In particular, Lou and E.J. McKenna Hybe of 25 Chat Harbor, Tom and Mary Dahms of 48 and 60 Chat Harbor, Lorraine Lieb of 45 Chat Harbor, and Steve and Barb Wardle of 28 and 31 Chat Harbor. There's also been several other neighbors involved in this larger group, and I think our concerns and comments tonight will reflect their wishes. I've not had direct contact with all of them, and they may be wishing to speak themselves. When I was thinking about my comments tonight, as I mentioned to Mr. Ford, I was a little bit ambivalent as to whether I should stand up when you asked for comments in favor or for comments in opposition. Because if my clients had their druthers, it would not be redeveloped at this site for a larger home as it is proposed. However, we've been now through at least 2 other proposed changes to this site, redevelopments of this site, and in my client's opinion, this is by far the best alternative that's been proposed. This is by far better than what was before you in 2020 and 2021. And since we view the location of the house here as opposed to what was proposed before that was shown to you by Mr. Ford, we are absolutely in favor of this location over any other portion of the property. And since that is one of the pivotal considerations, I think, for you tonight, we are in favor of this proposal. I do think it's important, as Mr. Ford indicated, that you remember the previous iterations that were before you. In 2020, the proposal to develop the knoll or the higher ground in the middle of the property would have involved carving a new road through the wooded area to get to a larger house with a swimming pool and a garage. It would have necessitated or proposed a cleared path from the house out to the sound, as well as a large swath of tree cutting to provide a view vista, a view area out towards the sound. That was not received well by the neighbors at all, and I dare say not received well by the Conservation Commission or this board to the extent that you considered it, even though you didn't actually make a decision. As Mr. Ford indicated, the new buyers came to first your board to review the file, but also to the neighbors right away before they even designed the house. And I did meet with Mr. Ford at least twice out at the site, and we've spoken many times in addition to that. I wanted to come tonight to express to you the concerns that we did have, that we expressed to him, concerns and preferences, and that they have in large extent incorporated in their plans that are before you tonight. They are the product of, in large respect, our preferences and our requests of them. As Mr. Ford indicated, the first and principal concern, even though it seems kind of secondary, is the health of the marsh. As you've probably observed, as my clients certainly have, the marsh has degraded in recent years. The vegetation around the periphery, the dune that protects it, have all changed not for the benefit. And it was our view in the earlier proposals that disturbing the knoll area would considerably affect the marsh and in turn affect and injure my client's properties and the interests of the town for the marsh itself. And so our suggestion was to go back to the original location, to try and confine the new construction to the areas that are already disturbed, and to limit to the greatest extent possible any disturbance of the currently vegetated knoll area and the approach to it. We also asked that he keep the size of the house appropriate for that limited, already disturbed area. And they've confined it to that area. It's not a huge house. It is quite a bit bigger than what is there now. But given the amount of the site, it'll be for your consideration as to whether that's an appropriate design for the location. But we have talked about limiting the disturbance of any of the currently vegetated area. And Mr. Ford has indicated to you that that is their intention. I did note that during the application process, one of the requests that was made of the applicant was that their zoning comparison and zoning compliance chart show the comparison of what's proposed relative to the contiguous upland area. And as he indicated, there are either 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it, upland areas on the site. We certainly understand from a zoning point of view why that request would be made of them, because that's the standard under the bylaw, that there be 20,000 square feet of contiguous upland area for the home, and there isn't. But I foresee a slight problem with your limiting your consideration to just that smaller contiguous upland area, because that kind of leaves the rest of the upland area hanging out there, and it might give the impression that it was available for some future development, as opposed to being part of your consideration tonight or this afternoon for the present proposal. I don't question the applicant's intentions, but times change, ownership changes. We think it's important that you include in your deliberations, not only for purposes of compliance, the relationship to the contiguous upland area, but also in terms of the impact, the relationship to the total area of the site, so that it's clear that you've considered the entire 4.5 acres, not just the immediate area that is relevant to compliance. As Mr. Ford indicated, the culvert has been of concern to us all along. It's an old, I think it's called vitreous clay pipe, if I'm correct. The engineer can correct me if I'm wrong. That is covered by an earthen dam and road area. The engineers, we were informed, have studied that, have come up with a plan to protect it, and we appreciate that. That's important, because it's the only direct flow, tidal flow into and out of the entire marsh area. If there were any damage to it, how that would be repaired would be a major concern to the neighbors, and I'm sure to the Conservation Commission, to make sure that there weren't either too much or too little tidal flow into the marsh, which is essential for its health. I'm glad that the applicants have considered our request that the construction be limited to the off-season time. As he indicated, this is a very narrow road, and some of the houses are very close to the road. There just isn't room for seasonal traffic as well as construction and demolition traffic in the same area. So we would appreciate that being incorporated into your decision. So as I've indicated, some of the neighbors may have particular questions and concerns. I believe some are online and may wish to address you. But on the whole, we very much appreciate the applicants reaching out to us proactively and designing their project around our concerns. And I hope you will consider that, as well as the nature of our concerns that brought them to the conclusions that they've reached, as you reach your decision as to whether it complies with the requirements of your bylaw. So unless you have any questions for me, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time and look forward to hearing your deliberations.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak in favor or on Microsoft Teams?
I see no one else that wishes to speak in favor.
Okay, then I will read the correspondence. First, we have a note from Nicole Smith. She writes on October 13th, 144 Chat Harbor is on the Conservation Commission agenda to approve an order of conditions on November 2nd. It was decided to wait for the ZBA in case there was any significant changes to the plan before we issued our final permit. Note from Judith Giorgio, Health Agent for the town of Chatham. She writes on 10/12, the plan to demolish and rebuild this existing 3-bedroom dwelling is acceptable to me at this time. The plan for the proposed septic system was approved by the Board of Health in April 2022. The property must be deed restricted to 3 bedrooms. Then we have a letter. This is from Stephen B. Wardle and Barbara W. Knowlton. And they're from both 28 and 31 Chat Harbor Lane. They write on September 26th. Some of us in the neighborhood are quite convinced that the proposed building on 144 Chat Harbor Lane is a developer investment and not a cozy retirement cottage for its buyers. We've seen it over and over in our town. Business persons come into town, develop a property, take their profit, and leave. The neighbors are left to grow old with whatever was built in their neighborhood and the loss of a forest. Though the letter of local law may be followed for many projects, the construction results usually indicate little concern for anything but the profit of the developers. The Zoning Board of Appeals, however, is tasked with the long-term protection, the neighbors, the town, and the environment. Their decisions last even after the ZBA applicants are gone. Their decision is gravely important because the building is permanent. Thank goodness for the ZBA. I'm asking that the board please rein in the exuberance of the proposed building, which more than doubles the footprint of the house which is now there. Because expanded footprints mean enormous disruption of the neighborhood and environment. The rules forbid this extreme expansion for a reason. Many have detailed the pragmatic concerns wedging a palace into this modest property. Several lumps of distributed upland do not a proper building lot make. The only place for a new construction is on the footprint of the old structure. There are many problems in today's world, but the problem that supersedes them all is climate change. Protecting ourselves from imminent natural disasters is at the top of the list. The marsh and the woody knoll will protect Cockle Cove with millions of dollars of property and many lives in the event of a hurricane, as they have in the past. We can't allow this land to be manhandled into a weaker state by bulldozers and lumberjacks. Please restrict the project to rebuilding on the present footprint rather than allow a quote-unquote landscape and mega mansion. Consider Billingsgate Island and how the tree removal turned it into nothing more than shallow spot in the bay. Then we have a letter. This is from George Metters. He writes on October 11th, and he says, please note, I'm the owner of property at 94 Chat Harbor Lane, and I have no objection to this. I do have a concern that my property, my driveways, and open lawn areas will not be used for turning of storage of any equipment. I have garages at 94 and 78, which I do not want to be blocked off. Then we have a letter. This is from E.J. McKenna Hybe and Lewis Hybe. They write on October 10th, as abutters to the marsh and the 144 Chat Harbor Lane, we would like to give input to the ZBA regarding this proposed project. Protection of this marsh and barrier beach and forest area is critical to the protection of our home and those of our neighbors. It is our hope that this project will be done in such a way as to minimize any damage to this fragile area. Over the past almost 40 years since we have lived here, climate change has dramatically altered this area. With even higher sea level rise and more severe storms predicted in the future, this will be even more dramatic. Any development of this property will, of course, impact the surrounding wetlands, beach, and forest, and therefore our properties. We are in favor of the applicant's proposal to build on the previously disturbed dune area. We had hoped that it would be somewhat more modest than the proposed plans and closer to the present footprint, given the limitations of the lot. We do hope, however, that any approvals take into consideration the overall protection of this unusual area that includes wetlands, a barrier beach, and a forested area that is a wildlife habitat. In addition, since Chat Harbor Lane is a one-lane, partially gravel road, shared by a number of neighbors, especially in the summer, that any construction be confined to the off-season to minimize traffic. Thank you for your consideration. Then we have a letter, September 23rd, and it's signed by a number of neighbors, actually 8 of them. I'll read the letter first. As abutters to the proposed project, we are concerned that the construction not impact the adjacent marsh in any way. The marsh serves to protect our homes and access the road from storm water surge. We are not opposed to rebuilding a new home in the already disturbed area on the old dune to the north of the seawall. We would like the construction to be limited to the buildable land on the dune. In our view, building any structure on the wooded knoll would risk erosion of the knoll into the marsh. Thank you for considering our concerns. And the neighbors are Tom and Mary Dams. They're at 48 and 60 Chat Harbor. Lorraine Lieb, 45 Chat Harbor. Nat and Joy Wardell, 358 Cockle Cove. Steve and Barb Wardell, 28 and 31, Chat Harbor. Lou Hybe and E.J. McKenna Hybe, 25 Chat Harbor. Dorothy Beaton, 76 Chat Harbor. Meredith and Billy Starr, 74 Chat Harbor. And John and Mary Curtin, 18 Chat Harbor. That's the same letter, but it was, okay. Then we have a letter, this is September 23rd, and it's from Meredith Beaton Starr, William Starr, 74 Chat Harbor Lane. As abutters to the proposed project, we are concerned that construction not impact the adjacent marsh in any way. The marsh serves to protect our homes and access road from stormwater surge. We are not opposed to rebuilding a new home on the already disturbed area on the old dune to the north of the seawall. We would like the construction to be limited to the buildable land on the dune. In our view, building any structure on the wooded knoll would risk erosion of the knoll into the marsh. Thank you for considering our concerns regarding this project. And that is the extent of the correspondence. Is there anyone here or on Microsoft Teams who would like to join the meeting and speak against this project or has a specific concern? If so, please indicate now so we can call on you.
I see no one that wishes to speak in opposition or has a specific question.
Okay, then we'll have questions from the board. Let's start with Buck.
So I feel a little weak in asking this because I don't have a good background in attorney and law, but maybe you could explain why this proposal is not similar to the case in Norwood, Mass, Bjorklund?
This is a lot that meets zoning, other than the fact that the two pockets of buildable upland are not contiguous. So it's different in that respect. Two, it's different in the respect that it's already developed, and it's developed in an area that is in part outside one of those buildable upland areas. And so there's no question we need a special permit. No one's suggesting that we're as of right, and Bjorklund said you need a special permit, and we're asking for one. And the reason we're suggesting to you that you can make the ultimate finding that this is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than what exists is because of the improvements that are being made, particularly in the location of the house, to get it out of the floodplain, get it out of the conservancy district, get it up on a little higher ground in that pocket that it's in, have a new septic system, and yet at the same time, staying away from the area that we heard loud and clear from the abutters. They don't want a house built up in that area. Many of their homes are on lots that are very small in size, including the portion of buildable upland. And I get it, they were seasonal cottages, which were converted into year-round cottages, actually year-round homes. A lot of them live there year-round. And I understand their concern with not putting something up on that knoll with respect to the marsh. But again, if there's a legal principle that you're trying to drive at here that I'm not getting, Bjorklund said you have to apply for a special permit. We are applying for a special permit. We are asking the board for permission for this.
I thought the weight of that case was that they were doubling the size. There was a house on the lot in Norfolk or up that way, and there is a house on the lot now, but it was the size increase that was
Was the trigger for the need for the special permit.
Oh, I thought it was.
And the board felt in that particular case that it was too much. In our case, we meet building coverage. Building coverage is 15%. We're at 11.4%, even of just taking one of the pockets of buildable upland. And that's the way we were asked to compute it by the building department. So we're not asking for relief in that regard.
And you're saying the Bjorklund was over the coverage limit?
No, Bjorklund was just a larger house. I'm not sure there was even a coverage limit that was implicated there. But here, you have a coverage limit.
Okay. Thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, while you're there, Mike, a couple of legal questions that I have. Mr. Wardle's concern about, it's going to be bought by a developer, whatnot. Is the
Yeah,
is
so
the
I didn't
contract
get a chance
purchase-
to respond to those, but I'd be happy to
Okay, go
in your
ahead.
question. So we have a trustee, Mr. Litchfield is the trustee of the property. The actual owners of the property are Josh Zimber and Brian Barta. In these days of COVID, I can't say that I've met them personally, but been on Zoom meetings with them, talked to them many times. They've been down here. They're very excited about making this a summer home. They have a family. They designed the house exactly the way they wanted to. They even bought this without the permits. They were so excited about trying to get a place. They fell in love with the site as soon as they went out there. So they clearly are the end users. Mr. Litchfield is the trustee of their trust, but Josh and Brian have been involved in designing this house all the way along.
So they own it?
Yes, they own it.
They're not a contract purchaser?
No, it's not. They own it.
Okay.
They are the beneficiaries of the trust.
Okay. The issue about about the contiguous upland. So the area that was previously considered to be, that was going to be used to build a house on. Is there an option to put a deed restriction on the property that would say that that would never be disturbed or developed?
Well, anybody can put a deed restriction on their property. These property owners could. So when you say, is there an option?
I mean, is there a way to bind them to not, I'm just
Are
trying
you
to,
suggesting that as a condition of approval, you would require a deed restriction on
I'm not
on the
necessarily
property?
saying condition of approval by this board. I'm
Yeah.
saying, is there a way to long-term restrict or eliminate the possibility of that portion of the property being developed?
Well, unless they actually sign off themselves and grant away those property rights, the only other way that would happen is a taking by condemnation by the town. That's certainly not going to happen.
No.
So they would have to agree to it. It's not a condition that I expect to get at the Conservation Commission. There are no plans to build on that portion of the site. They were asked not to consider that in their design. They did not. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, does that prohibit them or somebody else from coming in later and asking for something else before the board? No, it doesn't. Could there be a deed restriction? A deed restriction would have to be granted by the owners. I haven't discussed that with them. I have no idea whether they'd be willing to do that or not.
Does the property as it stands now, does it leave the prospect of it being able to be subdivided?
Not subdivided, to my knowledge.
It could not be subdivided?
No, not under current zoning. Now, I don't know what zoning's going to be in the future.
No,
but-
I'm just saying
But under
now.
current zoning, no, I don't see how it could be subdivided.
Okay. The septic system,
Yes,
it looks to me like that's going to require some clearing to be done. Is that right?
there's very limited clearing with it. It's already gone through the Conservation Commission, has an order of conditions, already been through the Board of Health, it's already approved. That was done when they bought the property. But you can see where it is in the design.
Oh, yeah, I can see where it is. I can see that. Then, I mean, this might be a question for your engineer. I don't
Okay,
know.
I think Sean's on there.
Okay, it appears like there's at least 5 to 6 feet of fill required here. Is that correct, or am I misreading that?
Sean, did you hear that?
Yes, if you could I have Sarah bring the plan back up? Through the chair, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering. There is fill around the front side of the house, the north side of the house. And you can see the contours, elevation 12, and then comes up to elevation 19 at the crest of the hill. So there is fill going around the house. And really that is just to help the characteristics and the aesthetic of the house. on that side, working with the landform and having the walkout, rather than cutting the top of the knoll off, working with the landform that we have. So to answer your question, yes, there is some fill on the north and on the east side of the house.
How much?
We haven't quantified that. I could, if you give me a few minutes, I could come up with it would probably be equal to the amount of excavation for the footprint of the house, to be honest with you. It's on the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of material.
So just a cursory look at this, at the existing house is at 14.4, is that correct? First floor?
The existing, actually, the first floor, could you go to the existing conditions plan that was part of the set?
Can you see that, Sean?
There we go. If you could just zoom into the. It's taking a second to regenerate. Oops. Yes, so the threshold is 14.4, and that's the lower level. I gotta go. So that's the walkout level is at 14.4. So then the upper level is
Okay.
That's the existing
around.
house.
Oh,
Sean,
that
that's
is
existing house?
That's what we were talking about.
Right.
That's what his question was. So the the lower level of the proposed house is actually lower than the existing. Because we're pulling back out of the hillside, out of the velocity zone, into the lower area. So the floor level is actually lower. In this case, it's out of the flood zone, so we're not concerned about the flood elevation, but the lower level is actually lower. The top of that knoll is around elevation 19. So you can see how it slopes up to the top of that knoll where the deck is. And that's an upper deck.
So bottom line, yeah, I mean, you don't feel like there's any need to haul in, haul out, that everything's gonna balance right there?
I think you're going to see some material come in, but it's pretty close. You know, there's moving of material around the top of the, but we're also going to be taking the material from the septic system. So you've got excavation for the septic system, which is going to be some considerable material that we can move over to the north side of the house.
Okay. As far as protection of the marsh during construction, what do you propose to do on that, on the north side?
Yep. So there'll be a siltation fence that will be towed in 6 inches into the ground. The fence will be monitored, and any siltation buildup on the fence will be removed on periodic basis, just like any other site that's near a environmentally sensitive area. Really, that's all that's really needed, because the material, until it's established, there's going to be erosion control blankets on those steeper slopes. That when the material is moved around the foundation, there will be erosion control blankets. There will be some seating, and then I don't know if you have the planting plan that the Conservation Commission received, but there is a number of woody shrubs and native vegetation that is to be planted along that whole slope and hillside. So when this is revegetated, and that's why the Conservation Commission really bought into this as a good project, as a benefit, you're going to end up with a much more diversified wildlife habitat and a a deeper rooted system up along that, that hillside when this is completed.
Okay. One more question I had for Jay. What's your take on the future subdivision issue, Jay? Do you have any feel for that? Like, could it?
I don't see that it could be further divided. It doesn't have the buildable upland requirement
To
to do so.
To start from scratch to do
Right.
that. Okay. That's all I had. Thanks, Dave.
Megan?
I don't have any questions.
Paul?
My only question is, can you tell me what the condition of the seawall is?
Yes.
If Mr. Riley's still here, that was a question we had at Conservation, and they asked his group to go out and inspect it, and they filed a report with the Conservation. Sean, maybe just a summary of it?
Sure. It's built like the Great Wall of China. It's it's not going anywhere. I said that, you know, the house will probably be redeveloped before that wall has even seen any signs of degradation. It's a beast. And then there's a revetment in front of it.
Okay, it's certainly exposed. I mean, when you're there, and you see a southwest wind coming in,
Right.
it's going to hit it pretty hard. Okay, thank
We'd
you.
be glad to provide that report. It's in the file of the Conservation Commission, but we could add it to your record as well.
Thank you.
Dave Thompson?
I have no questions for Mr. Ford.
Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. So I noticed that there's a lot of concern about that culvert, and I had to look that up, being quite honest with you. I Googled it just to make sure it was what I thought it was. And I'm wondering, do you think your applicant would be willing to post a bond to the town in case that was damaged? Because then, you know, it's going to depend on who damages it, and I could just see a lawsuit about that. And meanwhile, the town sometimes is, I get the impression the town is a little reticent once in a while to go after people. And I'm wondering if that will help cover any concerns that the neighbors have if they post a bond, and so it's going to automatically be fixed.
So in our case, we've agreed, and the Conservation Commission has not yet issued the order of conditions, but we did have all of this discussion, to place a protocol as part of the order of conditions regarding the culvert. And that requires, at the end of construction, first there's the protection during construction, the metal plates and so forth, and then an inspection, and then filing a report with the Conservation Commission. And our certificate of compliance, which is a condition precedent to getting occupancy for the house, will require that report be filed so that we'll know. And in there, we've indicated that if there are any repairs to be made, they will be made then. So I suspect that's the vehicle. I can ask Sean whether, Sean, there's anything more in that protocol that would meet Randy. Now, I'm not suggesting that my clients wouldn't also post some sort of surety, because that's your question, is there a surety? And maybe we can build the surety into that order of conditions, or you can make a requirement that we do. I mean, you have a right.
If I were voting, I would request that, so.
Yeah.
But I'm not voting, so I'm just saying.
No, and I can understand why you would ask for it and why perhaps this board might make that a requirement. So
Okay.
I don't have the ability to talk to my clients today, but understand why you'd be asking it, and I'm not saying they necessarily would not post a bond.
Okay, and then I like the way you presented the footprint. You minimized it. Can you do that again, just for the sake of the applicants? You made it sound like the footprint wasn't really going to be that larger.
Well, if you take the existing house, maybe go back to the site plan, Sarah, the zoning site plan.
Because you were talking about the porches or
Yes,
whatever.
and I was
Right.
going to show you that on the
Yeah,
site plan,
yeah.
if I could. So you can see on the plan where the existing house is. It's that kind of, square underneath the proposed house. And right now, you're looking at the outline of the deck. If you take the deck, the area covered by the deck and the poles under the deck, the steel poles, and the house itself, the footprint of the house, it comes out to 1,650 square feet.
Right.
So When I first walked the area with David Reed, and he indicated that his clients would like to see no more disturbance by a house than what's already disturbed. That's how we came to that limit, even though building coverage on this lot could go higher. We're at 11.4%. 15% is permissible. But I went back to my clients and said, they don't want to disturb anything more than what's covered there now. And so we think that's going to be our design goal. So that became the design goal for the building. And we ended up with a very narrow building, as you could see it by
Right.
the east and west elevations. But that's when we staked it, and I had Mr. Reed back out again to show him where the stakes would be and where we had to move it out to get it out of the V zone and out of the Conservancy District. So that's how we arrived at it.
Thank you. Let me just see if I had anything else. So there's no pool and no kind of plunge
no
pool?
pool.
And if they wanted to put a pool in at another point in time, would they have to come back? If you could, what's the rule on that?
So they wouldn't necessarily have to come back to the zoning board unless the zoning board decided to put a condition in the
Right.
decision
Yeah.
that any changes, including a pool, you got to come back to the zoning board. That's your discretion.
That would be another thing that I would say if I were voting. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Dave?
I have no questions, Dave.
Sean, let's go back to the seawall, please. And I understand from what you say, it's very well built. How old is that?
I'd have to look at the report. The report was done by my Waterfront Marine Division. So I could find that information out. I don't have that on hand.
Sea levels go up 3 feet. What's going to happen to that wall?
If sea level goes up 3 feet,
Yes.
it won't be underwater. Let's put it that way. Mean high water right now is at the base of the wall at elevation, if you want to just scroll over. Actually, if you could go to the right, so we can see the right. Let's see, that is elevation 3. So if it went up 3 feet, mean high water would be at 6. So the wall would still be shown at that point. And as we've seen sea level rise, we've adjusted, the revetments that were designed 30 years ago. We're seeing that before the commission and the board right now over on Tulipy. And yeah, 3 feet's a lot of sea level rise. I know that there's predictions of 2 feet to 20 feet, so there's a huge range that they're arguing about right now about sea level rise.
But is the answer, Sean, that if the sea level rises 3 feet, it does not top this wall?
It does not.
Is there indication?
Other than let's just say on a regular tide cycle. Obviously, if there's a storm event, it's predicted to go up to the velocity zone elevation, which is why we're pulling the house back.
Right.
With the storm surge, I looked at the end of the revetment as it swings into the beach. And it looks like it's starting to be pulled apart a little bit. That sand that's there now, was that pumped there by the town last year?
It was, and I believe we have an easement, Mike.
Yeah, my
for the
clients
town
granted
to
an easement to the town to allow them to continue to pump sand.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Need a vote? Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
All vote yes.
Dave
Dave
T?
Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. Deliberations. Bill?
Well, I do, I do have some concerns about this. It's certainly a massive improvement over the previous application. And I think if I were voting, I would support this.
Megan?
I would support it as well.
Paul?
I think it's clearly not more detrimental to the neighborhood, and a great improvement over what we were looking at the last time around. We can discuss conditions, but I intend to vote favorably.
Dave?
I agree. I am going to vote in favor of this. That which is there right now hasn't been maintained at all. What they're doing is going to be an improvement to the neighborhood. I don't think it's going to be detrimental at all.
Randy?
If I were voting, I would support it with conditions.
Davey?
Yeah, I kind of liked the last proposal, but I might have been the only one. Certainly the neighbors did not like the idea of it. And, you know, in some respects, you know, thinking long-term or whatever, you know, as I was out there looking at the site where this is proposed and trying to battle the wind, holding my plan up to read it, and thinking about, you know, climate change and all that, that arguably the knoll is a better place to locate a house and thinking ahead towards the future. But that's not my, it's not my decision to make. I think that this has been well presented, it's been well thought out, it's been worked out with the neighbors. I'm dealing with that southwest wind is not something I'd want to do on a regular basis, and with a house that's maybe 9 feet taller than what's there. But I think it's met all the criteria. It certainly is not substantially more detrimental. I do like the idea of it. There's less disturbance to the site, locating it here. The neighbors are happier, and I will happily support it. It meets all of our criteria.
Buck?
Well, I certainly like the house, but I also appreciate the legal point that Randy raised. She's not voting, but this is deliberation, and I'm wondering if anybody else on the voting members give any weight to a bond that pretty much eliminates a lot of, we'll say, worrying about something. It's putting money up where your mouth is. And while we're going down that road, conditions of a pool, if anybody's interested in that, I could see supporting this with some protections. The neighbors, I think all the letters, Attorney Reed, they want to protect that knoll. And I think Bill was onto something when he asked about you know, some kind of a condition put on that there'd be no development on that knoll. We give them the house, no question, you know, it's fine, but we ought to get something for the neighbors. That's my thought. But does anybody else have any interest in that, an appetite for?
Well, you're kind of stepping ahead into conditions, so it's.
But how can you approve something until you know the conditions?
Well, you can't. You can't. So.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Megan?
I'm not going to get to vote, so I just want to voice my opinion now with regard to the conditions. I think that what they have put together between the two parties, or multiple parties, conservation included, would prohibit them from getting a certificate of occupancy if it does not pass inspection, correct? If the culvert doesn't pass that inspection?
The Conservation Commission is their own
certificate.
Their own
That come
certificate,
before-
yeah.
it
I
comes
mean,
before yours,
I
though,
can't
right?
hold up a certificate of occupancy for conservation. They sometimes have a 3-year window where they,
Okay,
the
so,
applicant needs to satisfy conditions that they've imposed, so I can't
so they can
make
already
somebody-
be living there within that
They could.
3-year?
Yes, they could.
Okay, so then yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay, so, okay, all right. So I think we all need to express our desires for conditions. So I'll start. And I appreciate the no construction and all that, but the summer is way too short a period of time. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't think I could vote for this project unless there was a condition that ran from June 1st until October 1st of no construction whatsoever. That road is just too narrow, there's too many people, and we're not doing the neighbors any sort of a service by allowing folks to be driving there at the end of June or Labor Day. I mean, that's just not good business. So that's my 2 cents on that. As far as the bond and all that, Cheryl, who owns that road?
I'm not certain whether it's a town or a private road. If you give me 1 second, I can.
a
I
private
believe
road?
it's a private road.
Yeah, so the problem, Randy, with getting the town involved, it's really not their business, you know? So, you know, and I'm not sure there's a neighborhood association. I like your idea, but I like Sean's answer too. So I wouldn't push for that, but, so my thing is June 1st to October 1st, no construction whatsoever. Mr. Thompson?
I'll agree with that.
Anything else you want to add? How about the pool, as Buck was talking about? And
We can go along and with the pool that Buck was, I'll go along with what you said, Buck.
okay, Randy?
So I'm going to stand by with what I've already said. If there was a way to put money up in some kind of a trust, I think you could figure it out. I have faith in you. Because they're going to move in, and there's likely to be an issue. That's what I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Because the neighbors here wouldn't be on fire over this unless they've had some experience, so I would just, I'm going to just stand by what I said, you know, and I'm not voting, so there's that.
I understand. You know, I can make a representation that we made at Conservation, that if there's any damage to that culvert, we're going to repair it. So, I mean, that's where my clients are coming from at this point, so.
Dave Each?
Well, I think I can go along with your time frame. I personally don't think early June is it's necessary, but I'm okay with that. I mean, you know, definitely through September. And I guess, given the concerns have been expressed by the neighbors, many of the neighbors, I could see where we have a condition, something to the effect of any, you know, proposals for a pool or structures or anything on anywhere on the lot would require approval from the zoning board of appeals. I think that's reasonable in this instance.
Okay. Buck?
I'll support the chair's June 1 to October 1. I'll support the pool. I still really like I don't see the harm in asking them to, or condition to post a bond. I don't think that's a big deal. But I don't understand if they post a bond and it's not a town road. Are you saying it doesn't matter?
Well, who are you going to post the bond to? I mean, the town has nothing to do with the road. So,
Is Mr. Reed still in the audience?
He is.
So, Mr. Reed, would it help your clients at all if we were to condition posting a bond, or in your experience, that's a waste of time?
No, I don't think it's a waste of time. It is a significant expense. It's not an insignificant process to post a bond for any substantial amount of money. It's not as easy as it sounds. It would be helpful. I don't want to talk you out of it, but it's not a simple matter.
So I guess it's expensive. Can you give me some kind of idea? Are we talking 10,000 or 100,000?
I can't give you a number, but I had a situation where I was discussing with another attorney recently about a court that had required the posting of a bond for a zoning appeal. And at that time, they had to actually, if I recall correctly, the applicant for the bond had to actually post property of equal value to the bond with the surety company, their own personal property. in order to secure the value of the bond. And I don't know what number you pick for something like this. But it was a difficult and expensive process.
Thank
And
you.
again, I don't want to talk you out of it, because you're asking whether it would benefit my client. But I would leave that to your discretion. I think the enforcement mechanism through conservation is probably sufficient. The bond will be an extra layer of protection.
So, once I had to sign over our property for a loan to the bank, there's not much cost. It's just, you better darn well make sure the culvert's running fine, because you don't want to lose your property, but you're not, there's some legal expense, but I'll let it go. Thank you.
Yeah, Buck, I think one of the problems is, from an underwriting standpoint, if you were an insurance company and folks come to you, well, what's your experience? Well, none. Oh, great. Next. I mean, it's one of those. Sarah, you had something you wanted to say?
If the board wanted to condition this, they could condition something similar to what conservation did, that it would be restored. Prior to the certificate of occupancy, if that's a concern of the board. But it would be up to
You
the
certainly
owner's
could. You
representative.
certainly have discretion to do that. One of the issues with a bond is, as the chair is saying, generally, putting my municipal hat on for a second, generally a bond is posted to a town. And as Mr. Nixon said, town doesn't own the property. What are they going to do with a bond? They don't have a right to replace the culvert. They'd have to get permission from anybody who has a property right. It's not a public asset. It's not like a public contract where, the public is interested in getting this done from that standpoint. But Sarah, you certainly could impose such a condition, or the board could.
I would agree with your suggestion on the time frame. I would also agree with the issue of the pool or any other improvement on the property. I think as far as I don't think it can be bonded. You're right. It can't be. But I think there can be an agreement between the neighbors and the owner and I would take it beyond the culvert. That road is not in great shape at all to start with. Any further degradation of that road, which is probably going to occur if you start hauling, semis over it, or not semis, but, dumps and things and equipment into that site, there's going to be other damage to that road. And I think there has to be some agreement between the parties that, if they further degrade the road or the culvert or some improvement, especially given that it is private, that it needs to be fixed.
Yeah, and
Pure
so
and simple.
that's really a private situation. I mean, there've been houses built, you went down the road, you saw all the new houses that have been built up on the north side. There's been a lot of construction in there, on that road. And all of those people have rights to use that road. I mean, it's not as if there hasn't been any construction on this road.
Well, okay. but-
Larger houses than what we're proposing.
Okay. However, you're building one at the end of the road, and I'm talking about the piece of road that runs in front of, Metters Cottages, especially down in, and then until it gets to the
And down into
property
our
line.
property.
And until it gets to the property line.
There's maybe 3 people that have rights down there. I don't
Yeah.
think any of them are involved in this.
I mean, to me, it's a simple issue. If you do something and it messes up an improvement that exists on the road, you fix it.
Exactly, which is why we've represented, if there is a problem with the culvert, we'll fix it after our construction. No question.
What about the rest of the road?
Rest of the road, we want it to be passable as well. I assume any damage to the road, my clients are gonna fix it up.
Fair enough.
That's their access.
Thanks.
Personally,
Yeah, go ahead, Meg.
I think we're being a little rough on these people. I just need to say that. I don't know where this got a little sidetracked. They've been more than amenable to talking to the neighbors and making sure everything is, going to work with their neighbors. So I have no reason to believe that they would not fix the culvert when it's done, given the agreements that they've made. So I would certainly not want a bond. I don't think that holding up the occupancy permit is quite as serious, so I would if I were voting, would work with that. And I'm just going to go on the record, because I always do, and say that I don't think we should extend the time that they can not build, because I think that puts an onus on them that is not on people who do not have to come in front of the zoning board, and I don't think it's fair.
Paul?
Well, I think the idea of bonding for the culvert is really beyond our purview, and I don't think it's necessary. It seems to me that we could handle that with a condition with respect to an occupancy permit that would require the inspection and correction of any problem with respect to the culvert prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy as one of our conditions, not just a condition with respect to the Conservation Commission. So my inclination would be to impose conditions that would say that there would be, in this case, because of the status of the road and its narrowness, that there would be no construction between June 1st and October 1st, that all construction activity and vehicles would be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owners. I'm not sure that there's a problem with respect to exterior construction and work permitted on weekends, given the isolation of the property. And I think we deal with the question of it impacting neighbors by the fact that we're not allowing construction between June 1st and October 1st. So I'm more inclined to leave out those additional conditions. I do think that the issue with respect to the buildable upland and any further construction activity on the property should be addressed as one of our conditions. And I wouldn't limit it to a pool. I would simply say any other construction activity with respect to the buildable upland would require further approval from the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Great.
Appeals.
Okay. So,
So that could include a shed or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, so not just the pool, you want any structure accessory to the single-family dwelling?
Does that make sense to the other members of the board, or do you think that's getting too detailed?
no, makes sense to me.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Paul, I might have just zoned out, but did you say that the certificate of occupancy is going to be contingent upon the status of that culvert and any damage to the road, or are we not doing that?
I didn't say-
Just for the record, I
No,
love Sarah's idea. I like that much better than a bond.
Yes.
Because to me, if you can't move in, you're going to fix it. So I like it much better.
I think that's the primary condition for the owners, and they want to get in, and everybody wants them to get in. So I think that takes care of it. I did not deal with the road issue. I dealt with the question of the culvert. And the road issue, it seems to me, to the extent that it affects people down in that area, when you get down to the very end, it's very narrow, and the road is in tough condition. But I think that's up to the people to deal with. I don't think that we should get into that one.
Okay. So, Paul? Would you make a motion, please?
I move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions that I've just outlined.
Dave Veach seconds.
Okay, can we reiterate the conditions, please?
All construction activity and vehicles to be contained on-site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. Between June 1st and October 1st, no construction of any type shall be allowed. Any structures accessory to the single-family dwelling shall require approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals. And prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, the culvert shall be inspected and restored to its current condition prior to the start of construction.
And am I correct in thinking that structure would include pool?
Yes, a pool is a structure.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion's been made and seconded. We need to vote. Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
All votes yes?
Dave?
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. That's a unanimous decision, Mr. Ford and Mr. Reed. Thank you both very much.
Thank you,
And all
Mr.
the
Chairman.
others who contributed to that. Whew. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, Sarah, let's go on to 22-083, please.
Application number 22-083, Karen Butter Pogie, care of Tom Fitzgerald, P.O. Box 805, Harwich, Mass. 02645, owner of property located at 342 Pleasant Street, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 2A, Block 75, Lot 5X. The applicant proposes to install exterior mechanical system appliances, AC condensers, 6.6 feet from the westerly abutter where a 15-foot setback is required. The existing AC condenser was located 8.4 feet from the westerly abutter. The lot contains 18,770 square feet in an R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, and Section 8D2B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. This is going to make the last one seem like a breeze. So we remodeled the house on Pleasant Street, and there was an existing system that had an existing mechanical, and we switched from one system to two systems inside the house, so we need a separate condenser outside, and both of those wouldn't fit where the existing one was, so we moved them to the adjacent wall, which moves them farther back and farther away from the neighbor's house, but we're still within the setbacks, so we are here for your blessing. I have the criteria, if you'd like me to go through those.
No. Thank you.
Perfect. You sure? I'm here all day, so.
No, just quickly tell us why you can't put them the same distance that you had before, that's all.
They don't fit on the side where they were. They're too close.
All right, thank you. Okay. Incidentally, Mr. Fitzgerald was out there yesterday when I was there, and he has a killer drone. I mean, a really killer drone. All right. I'd ask, is there anyone in the audience, either here or on Microsoft Teams, that would like to speak in favor of this?
I see no one.
I'll read the correspondence. This consists of one thing from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health. She says, I have no concerns about the siting of the AC condenser as proposed, period. That's it. Is there anyone who wishes to speak either against this or has a specific question? I don't see anyone. Do you,
I
Sarah?
see no one that has a question or wishes to speak in opposition.
Okay, does anybody on the board have any questions? Paul?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Need a vote on that? Buck?
Buck votes yes.
All votes yes.
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. Double deliberations. Megan?
I would support it.
Clearly, it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
I'm going to support it.
I would support it.
Yeah, it meets all of our criteria, all applicable criteria. I'll support it.
And I agree with those previous speakers.
Bill?
As do I.
And I do too. Okay.
I'll move to approve the application as submitted.
Dave Veach seconds.
Need a vote? Buck?
Buck votes yes.
All votes yes.
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
I vote yes. A unanimous vote. Excellent job. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Sarah, how about 22-084, please?
Application number 22-084, Hydrangea Holdings LLC, care of James M. Norcross, Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633, owner of property located at 720 Main Street, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 14E, Block 46, Lot 26. The applicant proposes to establish and operate a formula business professional office, which utilizes a standard array of services and logo used by 10 or more other businesses worldwide. The lot contains 17,007 square feet in a GB2 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 9, and Sections 3C4, C28, and 8D2B of the Protective Bylaw.
Good afternoon, Jamie Norcross representing Doug and Tracy Grattan. I know you have a couple hours ahead of you today, so I'll try and be brief. Doug and Tracy have owned Chatham Properties Group for over 15 years, and they've been at this location since 2014. Earlier this year, they became affiliated with Christie's International Real Estate for marketing and logo and referral purposes. So they're still owned by Doug and Tracy, but they use Christie's as part of their marketing. When they went for the application to the HBDC for the new sign, town staff determined that we triggered the formula business provision of the zoning bylaw, and so we filed the application before you today. Other than a new sign, nothing's changing at the property. There's no change in the use. It is a real estate office. It was a real estate office, and it's going to continue to be a real estate office. I've submitted the analysis. I'm happy to go through it if you'd like, or in the interest of time, if you just want to go to questions.
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone here today that would like to speak in favor of this?
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
Okay, I'll read the correspondence. We have a note from Kathleen Donovan. She writes, on October 11th, this application will be before the planning board on October 24th for the pre-application conference. And then we have a certificate of appropriateness signed by the Historic Business District Commission. They met on July 6th, 2022, and they voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining to approve it. The only condition being any changes or alterations, you gotta let them know. That's the extent of the correspondence. Is there anyone who wishes to speak either against it or has a specific question? If so, please indicate now you'd like to speak.
I see no one that wishes to speak in opposition or has a specific question.
Okay, is there any board member that has a question? Yes, Buck?
Sorry, Buck. I guess I could ask Sarah, or I could ask Jamie. So you're going before the planning board, October 24th?
Yes.
So why are we doing it in the reverse order of the way we kind of
We're hopeful we won't need to file a new site plan. There's an older one on file, and since there's actually no change of use, having to go through a full engineered site plan seems a bit ridiculous, candidly, in terms of design calculation and drainage. So there is the old site plan that we're going to show to the planning board on the 24th at the pre-app. We're hopeful they'll allow that for our site plan for this project.
I don't know if that answered the question. Why are we,
Well,
we're deciding that their opinion is rubber stamp?
No, I'm not saying that, but if we have to get an engineered site plan, it's going to be 5 months down the road in terms of the approval for this. So as nothing's changing, it just doesn't seem like this should hold up the board's decision today as to what the planning board is going to determine. If they won't approve, it's going to be a new site plan of some form or fashion. If that's what they decide, we'll file a new site plan, but I don't think it affects your decision.
We'll see.
Bill?
Is what you're seeking approval for the sign that's already up, or is this another sign?
That's the only sign.
So it's the one that's already up?
Yes, we got a temporary approval from the town to put that up.
Okay.
Questions, anybody else?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Give each seconds.
Need a vote on that, Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
All votes yes?
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach, yes.
I vote yes, okay. Deliberations. Dave?
I'm just in favor.
Randy?
Randy stepped down.
All right. How about Mr. Veach?
I have, it meets all of our criteria, and I don't see, I will support it.
Buck?
I'll support it with reservations.
Okay, Bill?
I would support it if voting.
I absolutely support it.
And Paul?
Under the conditions, I don't think there's a need to wait for planning board approval, so
I agree.
I will support it.
I agree. Okay,
I'll move to approve the application as submitted.
Dave Veach, seconds.
we need a vote on this, Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
All votes yes?
Dave?
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach, yes.
And I vote yes. Unanimous
Thank you.
decision. Thank you, James. Okay. 22 dash. Okay. 22-051, please, sir.
Application number 22-051, John F. Brigden and Catherine C. Brigden Revocable Living Trust, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owners of property located at 32 Ivy Lane, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16B, Block 40, Lot 30. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a nonconforming dwelling on a nonconforming lot via the partial demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of additions, a deck, and the installation of a new foundation. Also proposed is the construction of a conforming carriage house/garage. The existing dwelling is nonconforming and that it is located 14.3 feet from the westerly abutter. The proposed additions, deck, and carriage house/garage will comply with road and abutter setback requirements. The existing building coverage is 1,548 square feet, 10.2%, and the proposed building coverage is 2,310 square feet, 14.8%, or 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is nonconforming in that it contains 15,568 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw. This was continued from July 14th, 2022.
Mr.
Good
Riley.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Bill Riley. On behalf of the Brigdens are here in attendance as well. We have Mike Tartamella of Ahern Architects, who will talk about the architectural changes we've made. I think, it's been a while since we've been here. It's always great to come back, though. So what we've done is we've made some changes to the original design, which Mike will go into in more detail, but basically they reduced the size of the addition on the west side of the building on the second level. There was an existing nonconformity on the property, which consists of a porch and stairs, and that's been removed or redesigned, so there's no longer a encroachment on that west side setback. They removed the pool and the hardscape associated with it that was down at the lower level by the walkout basement. At the last hearing, the members mentioned lack of information of neighboring properties, and I just passed out a lot of information about neighboring properties, and we have additional information as well that Mike will get into. And there was comment from some board members regarding the amount of correspondence or lack thereof from supporting folks. And so the Brigdens did ask neighbors and friends if they would consider sending letters. And so we have additional letters, I think most notably from the most affected abutters to the property, including the folks at, I think it's 71 Silverleaf, where the gentleman had a specific objection about the swimming pool. And so they have sent a letter in support. So we, and one of the things that I've seen in some of the correspondence has to do with the gross floor area of the building. And we're going to pass out a part of the submission we've done. It talks about gross floor area. And so you have this sheet, right, Sarah?
It's in their packets. It's in the submission notes.
Yeah, I believe you have it. And so what we did was Mike and his associates at Ahern reviewed a lot of the properties in the old village, and we have them by address. There you go. We have them by address. So these properties were selected because they were properties that have been subject to, most of them zoning board work, so that plans were on file, so we could look at plans. And the gross floor area that we have on this, so the right-hand column, does not, none of those gross floor areas include the basement. And so, down at the bottom, if you scroll up a touch, Sarah, there you go. A little bit more. There you go, right there. Okay, so our gross floor area right now is just under 2,000 square feet. Our proposed gross floor area on the first and second floors, which is what you would compare to that right-hand column, is 2,898. Now, our lower level, it's about, I think it's about 1,500 square feet. But to the extent that we're comparing apples to apples, the 2,898 is the number that would compare to all the other properties that we've surveyed. And I think, one thing to keep in mind, I think, is that I think we tend to use gross floor area in terms of considering the mass of the structure. And so the gross floor area of the basement really doesn't contribute to the mass of the structure. So that's why we think that's significant. We just wanted to point that out. So what I'd like to do is turn the meeting to Mike Tartamella of Ahern Architects and ask him to go through the changes in design that we've made. Mike?
Thanks, Bill. Mr. Chair, Mike Tartamella, Patrick Ahern Architect. If we could just put slide 11 back up, just to elaborate a little bit further. So, thank you to Sarah for helping us with this. We came to Town Hall to pull data, as we know, the data that's on the assessor's card that's available. 11, sorry. Oh, sorry, I thought you had it. What we did was actually pull applications that were made so that we could read what was filed for the gross floor area. As we know, we've gotten into discussions before about net square area that's represented on the assessor's card. So in order to get a really accurate sampling of the properties in the village, we pulled as many as we could that we could get data on that were surrounding 32 Ivy. In addition to that, I'd also like to point out the lot coverages in this column here, where the average lot coverage in the village is at 18.6 for the subject properties that we pulled, and point out that our subject property here at 32 Ivy, we're calling for 14.8. That's with two structures. That's with a detached garage and with a one primary main house. And the lot coverage of just the main house is 12.6%. So when we talk about mass and scale, there's the square footage element, but there's also that lot coverage element. And at 14.8, we're also conforming. So if we could go to slide 1, please. So again, just to elaborate on the design adjustments that were made, this is the site plan, and if we could just zoom in on this area. What you see here in red that's outlined is the current footprint of the existing house, notwithstanding the deck here that's also that shape. What you see in the solid black lines are the new area being added. So you see the little sliver of area here in terms of footprint, and the east addition over here, as well as the garage footprint to the north. So again, the existing house here is, as Mr. Riley noted, 10.2%, where the new proposed structure would be 12.6% of lot coverage. If you could go to slide 2. We also took the opportunity to move the structure to the east, making the deck on the west side now conforming, where it was once non-conforming. So we're conforming on setbacks, lot coverage, and building height for both structures. If you could go to slide 6. In terms of the architecture, we've made some revisions, and I'd like to start with the north elevation revision, because that captures the essence of what we've gone back and modified. We've taken the opportunity here to balance the east addition over here and the west addition by making the two sides symmetrical. And we reduced the ridge line that you see right here by about 3 feet. And in doing that, that makes both of those wings symmetrical about the main box. I'd also like to point out that there's a one-story deck here. We've also added a one-story deck on the side on the west addition, and in effect break the scale down of the gable end that is here. But essentially, if you look at the current house, there's a flat roof deck here now. The addition being proposed is really over that flat roof deck. So what's being put back on the west addition in terms of the first floor is already pre-existing. And the addition on the side here, when we see the west elevation in a moment, calls to the current west elevation with a one-story deck on that side. So again, the east and the west additions are both in line. If we go to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. Are both in line with the center line of the ridge of the main house, which was part of the suggestions that Sarah Korjeff had made during our review process in historic.
Sarah Korjeff is the preservationist at the Cape Cod Commission.
So here's the west addition that we were just speaking about, where we've got a one-story deck here in the current house, and we have a one-story deck here that protrudes forward. The net result of this was actually a reduction in square footage. We could go to slide 3, sir. Was a net reduction of square footage of 45 square feet from the previous scheme. And what I'd also like to point out is that, I'm sorry, slide 3.
This is slide 3.
What I'd also like to point out is that overall, the difference in square footage on the two floors that we had discussed before is 900 square feet. So that's what we're adding to the structure on 2 floors in terms of gross square footage, is 900 square feet with this current proposal. And that the overall increase on 2 floors results in a 31% increase. And we had talked about the neighborhood study and how that compares to the other homes in the area. If you can go through the next slide. Again, this shows the floors that we've got 2 bedrooms currently in the house now. We have 2 bedrooms upstairs. And there were no changes to any of the exterior dormers. In the lower level now, the area that we are growing is under the current covered porch. So that is part of the footprint already. Go to the next slide, please. And then we can go through our elevations. We can go through the slides just one by one. The detached garage is a 1-car garage with an open space above. That remains the same as from the last application that you saw. And then some reference images. And the reference images that we handed out in the packets correspond to the neighborhood study that we provided and some of the surrounding homes.
I can go through the criteria again. All right, so we believe that the size of the site is adequate for the proposed project. We're proposing a lot coverage of 14.8%, where 15% would be the maximum allowed. And we've brought the building in so that it now conforms to all setbacks, and building height. Compatibility of the size of the proposed structure with neighboring properties. So we believe that, based on the numbers on this sheet, which shows many of the properties in the neighborhood, that we are very much compatible. I hope that, that the work that was involved in getting this information, which was pretty substantial, I think it reflects that fact that in terms of the 2 floors that are visible, that we are very much compatible with the other homes in the neighborhood. So, increase in non-conforming nature, really we're just increasing the living area. Under the Bransford and Bjorklund decisions, that's considered an increase in the intensity of the nonconformity, which is something we see here all the time. Suitability of the site, including but not limited to the impact on neighboring properties, the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, and water bodies. A small part of the work is going to be under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. It's in what we call the 50 to 100 from the, See, so do that line again. So the outer edge of the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission is that line that Sarah's running her hand over. So it's really a very minimal amount. And I just say this, I can't remember if we've been to zone.
Yes, we've already been in approved.
We've already been there and approved. I can't understand, they didn't take me to the Conservation Commission with them. Anyway, so. I don't understand it. Anyway, so, but we believe that the site is suitable. We're making really minor changes, and they're going to be done under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. But you can make new restrictions if you want, Randy. Impact of scale, siting, and mass on the neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. So I think one of the things that's important in this consideration is, how do the neighbors react to this? And I think you'll find that the immediately abutting neighbors, the ones who see the house, have no objection to it. In fact, I know there's a concern expressed by some, on the south side, it's 3 stories of glass. Well, the one abutter who looks at that elevation has sent a letter in support. So I think comparing the mass of the building above the cellar to the other buildings in the neighborhood, we think that there's very little negative impact. Certainly, it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. And as I say, we're not impacting anybody's views or vistas. There's really no streetscape here, although you can always drive up Ivy Lane, which is a dead end, and look at the building, but it's not like it's on Main Street, like where streetscape is particularly important. But even if you considered that, the design, which is now symmetrical, I think is a Hampton design. And certainly, that design, as viewed from the street, is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. So I think you could find that this property, with respect to impact of scale, siting, and mass, is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. Compatibility of the proposed use, it's a single-family residence, it's going to remain that in a single-family neighborhood, so we are compatible. I don't think the rest are applicable in these circumstances, but, so that would be our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Is there anyone here on Microsoft Teams that would like to speak in favor of this application? If so, please indicate now you'd like to speak. Okay, there are 3 folks here. Yes. Lady, yeah.
Hi, I'm Thayer O'Brien from 14 Ivy Lane. I actually have a letter on file that you can read later. But I happened to be in Chatham unexpectedly today, so I wanted to show up and say I support this project. And I am actually, my husband and I own the house right in front of them, or they're right in front of us, however you want to approach the view. And we're the most impacted by it. And there really are no, the other neighbor on the street can't even see their house from their house. So I'm just here in support, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, I'm Susan Wegner. I am, sorry, I am a Chatham resident. I'm also an environmental and land use attorney, so I've taken a particular interest in our friend's project. I have been impressed with their willingness to make sure that they fit within the character of the neighborhood. I have been impressed with what Ahern has proposed, because it seems like it actually is making quite an improvement, and it is such a very small change in terms of the square footage. I just think that in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood, I wish they were in my neighborhood, which would be lovely. So I'm fully supportive. Thanks.
Thank you. The lady in the back.
Hi, my name is Peggy Crespo. I sent a letter of support. My husband and I sent a letter of support. We're Chatham residents. We don't live in the neighborhood, but I have been in their house over the past 10 years many, many times. And I think that the new design is absolutely fabulous. I think it will be in keeping with the old village, and we are here to support the Brigdens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sarah, do you see anybody on Microsoft Teams?
This is David McManus. Can you hear me?
David McManus would like to speak.
Yes. Hi. We submitted a letter in support, my wife and I, Shelley. We used to own 24 Ivy Lane. We actually sold it to the Brigdens. We still live in Chatham, and for what it's worth, if we lived at 24 Ivy Lane, we support this application, but more importantly, if we lived at 24 Ivy Lane, we would support the application nonetheless.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak.
No.
against the opposition.
Up there?
Thank you.
Did you want to speak in favor? This is.
No,
Oh.
not in favor.
Surprise.
Okay. Anybody else in favor? All right. We will now read the correspondence, which will take a while. And Mr. Thompson has volunteered to help me, taking pity on my voice. Mr. Thompson, please.
Thank you. This is from Judith Giorgio, the health agent. I received the plan to add the addition and new carriage house at this property. The Board of Health approved this plan on June 2022 with an innovative alternative septic system for a 5-bedroom deed restriction. And this is from Bill Harks. Sarah Clark, I am attaching the comments I have on number 2251 for today's ZBA hearing. I will be there in person to make the remarks, but I thought it wise to send them along and put in the pile. Thanks, and also for agreeing to show a couple of slides that I sent earlier to go along with my comments. Bill Horrocks. This is 4 pages from Mr. Horrocks.
Well, before you go into that, Mr. Horrocks, are you going to be presenting this yourself?
Yes.
So there's no need for us to read it?
Sorry?
So I presume there's no need for us to read your letter?
There is not.
Right, okay.
Thank you. This is from Chris Snow. Dear Chairman Nixon, I'm writing in support of the proposed plans at 32 Ivy Lane. I've reviewed the plans and find the proposed changes to be modest, appropriate, and historically sensitive. The original bungalow is enhanced by the architect's efforts to restore the facade of the 1930s origin. The bungalow style of the home and the small addition guarantee that the house remains appropriate in size. William and Nancy Kerner. The so-called revised plans do not solve the problem. The proposed building is too big and does not present a street view that in any way resembles the present home. Without deriving into details, I can only say that we in the Old Village are trying very hard to keep the sense of history in our neighborhood. A number of homes have been very tastefully restored with more living area, but the proposal would not fall into that category. We hope that you turn down this application. This is from Sarah Wistelman. It is my husband Rick's and my pleasure to write a letter in support for the remodeling of 32 Ivy Lane. We live in the Old Village at 110 School Street and have always excited to see a thoughtful, well-designed renovation in a contributing home in the historic district. The renovation will remove the inappropriate design changes made in the last renovation and bring back some of the wonderful historic features while at the same time allowing the owners, Kate and John, the modest layout and interior features of today's world. We fully support their tasteful renovation and think that Patrick Ahern is the best architect for the Old Village. This is from Lucy Park Horn of 57 Silverleaf Avenue. My home abuts 32 Ivy at the rear of my property. My home is the Andrew Herbert Burris home, 1858. Andrew Herbert Burris was, Andrew Herbert Burris was my great-grandfather's, so this would be my great-grandfather's father. It has been my family for over 70 years. We have an enduring commitment to the Old Village neighborhood and take great pride in its designation in the National Register of Historic Places. It appears to me that the proposed additions mask the design of the original historic structure, being the Fred and Russell House. I feel it is our duty as homeowners in the historic district to adhere to plans for additions that are reasonable size and proportion. Lucy Park Horn, 57 Silverleaf Avenue. Small world. Janet Kilmon, to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I'm writing in support of John and Kate Brigden's proposed project at 32 Ivy. I live at 21 Hammond Lane, one house from Ivy Lane. I have seen the architectural plans and feel that the changes John and Kate proposed to honor the original structure of the home. This is from the Chatham Old Village Association regarding 32 Ivy Lane. At the prior hearing of July 14th, 2022, the board tentatively found the proposal that this property did not meet the criteria for the grant of a special permit and suggested the applicant might want to submit revised plans. The reasons noted for this recommendation were that the house was too big, massive, 3 stories of glass. It is also implied that the comparison with neighborhood properties would be helpful. The revised application indicates a neighborhood properties comparison, NPC, that includes statistics on 21 properties within the Old Village. A review of the town's assessor's data reveals that there are at least 90 other properties on the same streets within the same district. Presumably, with the character of the neighborhood, therefore, it is I can't read. I'm not focusing in on this at all.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I can't see it, sorry. We need cataracts taken care of.
I'll read this from the start. Dated October 11th, it's from Winifred Lear, president of the Chatham Old Village Association. At the prior hearing on July 14th, this board tentatively found that the proposal for this property did not meet the criteria for the grant of a special permit and suggested the applicant might want to submit revised plans. The reasons noted for this recommendation were that the house was quote-unquote too big, massive, and 3 stories of glass. It was also implied that a comparison with neighborhood properties would be helpful. The revised application includes a neighborhood properties comparison. It includes statistics on 21 properties within the Old Village. A review of the town assessor's data reveals that there are at least 90 other properties on the same streets within the same general area covered by this comparison, including the house next door owned by the applicants. Presumably, the 21 properties selected were chosen to show that the applicant's proposal was consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude, without doing the math, that many of the other 90 would yield numbers contrary to the applicant's position. We believe that a drive down those streets would confirm that conclusion. Moreover, the NPC calculates that the average gross floor area of the 21 chosen properties is 2,830 square feet, and the existing gross floor area of 32 Ivy Lane is 1,898 square feet, and the proposed is 2,898 square feet. The asterisk that they had after all these numbers, the asterisk denotes, quote, first and second floors only, end of quote. Page 3 of the application lists the proposed floor area of the basement as 1,932 square feet for a structure total of 4,830 square feet. Page 5 of the application shows the basement as a fully furnished living area. A comparison of the original plans to the ZBA submission 2 does not reveal any significant change to the structure. As noted above, one board member commented that it had 3 stories of glass. It still does on 3 sides. It still would be a massive 3-story building, which is too big. The Board of Directors of the Old Village Association requests that this board find that the application does not meet the scale, siting, and mass criteria of the zoning bylaw, would be detrimental to the character of the neighborhood, and not grant a special permit. This is a note from David McManus. I believe he spoke, did he not?
He did.
And he's gone, I guess. David McManus, are you still out there? Do you want me to read this letter or no?
It's a great
We'll-
letter.
We'll come back to it. Anyway,
hear me?
Ellen Aldridge writes on October 7th. 17 years ago, while working as a realtor at Chatham Village Realty, I met John and Kate Bridgeton and their children. They had come to Chatham in search of a summer rental, which I secured for them. As happens with so many people who come to Chatham for the first time, they fell in love with our town. They returned every year and eventually bought a home of their own on Ivy Lane in the Old Village. Throughout this time, I came to know them very well. They are lovely people, family-oriented, respectful, kind, caring, responsible, and honest. They both come from large families and enjoy having their siblings and their families visit them in Chatham. This played a part in their decision to remodel their home. Wishing to preserve the look of their 1930s bungalow and to be consistent with the scale and historic look of the other homes in the Old Village, they engaged an architectural firm that had successfully and beautifully remodeled other not homes, but home in the Old Village. The architect has done a beautiful job creating a plan that preserves the original cottage and keeps the house consistent in scale and appearance with the other homes in the Old Village. The proposed plans comply with all the rules, including setbacks and lot coverage, and the proposed remodeled home preserves the historic nature of the Old Village and fits in beautifully. As a community, we should support efforts like this to preserve homes in the Old Village. I strongly support the proposed plans and urge the Commission to approve them. Then we have a note on October 7th from Andrea and Jim DuPont. Their address is 3 Main in Chatham. We're writing this letter to express our support for the Bridgeston's plans to enlarge, extend, and renovate their home at 32 Ivy. After reviewing the proposed plans, we feel the change to the property will preserve the charm of the original structure. We urge the board to approve this application. Kevin McGuire, 68 Silverleaf, writes on October 7th, I've been the owner of the home at 68 Silverleaf in the Old Village for 40 years. I've reviewed plans and renderings for the renovation of the home at 32, presently owned by the Bridgeton family. I believe that the renovated home and new garage/carriage house will be an attractive improvement and will not be detrimental in any way to the character of the immediate neighborhood or to the Old Village. I think the changes as presented will improve the overall balance and design of the existing structure. I encourage you to approve the application as presented.
What we're interested in before I have to do my 5 o'clock call.
What was that?
It was on Teams. It was on, somebody didn't mute on Teams.
October 6th, Dwayne Coggins and Rebecca Smith Coggins at 71 Silverleaf Ave, Wright. We have reviewed the current application for 32 Ivy and are pleased that the pool and hardscape have been removed. The size has been trimmed and we are thankful for that. We think the proposed changes will allow the owners to update and improve the amenities of the home. We support this project. We are butters to the east. So, you know, people who have their phones on should not have them on. Please make sure they're all off. It's a distraction we don't need. Thank you very much. On October 9th, we got a note, Adam and Susan Wegner, 26 Tabitha Terrace. We enthusiastically support John and Kate's plans for 32. We understand that, as part of its assessment of any project, the ZBA concentrates on whether a project fits into the neighborhood, in this case the Old Village, and whether its mass and scale is compatible with other homes in the area. We have reviewed the Bridgeston's plans and find them attractive, while at the same time preserving the nature of the original home in the context of the Old Village. John and Kate have explained that the plans make a very small addition to the original house and preserve and restore the original bungalow. Moreover, in our estimation, the size of the project is typical of houses in the Old Village and, candidly, smaller in scale than some of their closest neighbors. The architect has proposed an approach that works with the low eaves of the original house and the lower eaves of the east addition, ensuring that the scale of the house will continue to appear modest and noticeably lower in height than neighboring homes. The proposed one-car garage is quite charming and fits nicely on the property in a wide open space that easily accommodates it. It does not affect any sight lines or views from other properties. John and Kate have always been cognizant and appreciative of the location of their home in the Old Village, the history associated with that part of the town, its place in town history, and the need to constantly consider preservation interests in terms of upkeep and maintenance. We can think of no better stewards for 32 and hope you agree. We hope you will support their plans and appreciate the care they will give to their project. Then we have a letter. This is from Allison Smith, property owner of 73 Silver Leaf. Allison writes on October 10th, I'm writing to express my concerns about the family's plans for enlarging and reconfiguring 32. I've spent over 60 summers walking up and down Ivy Lane between my family's home, that's 73 Silverleaf, which backs up onto Ivy Lane, and the Mill Pond. Ours is a close-knit community dedicated to preserving our sandy and fragile few areas between the Mill Pond and the ocean, Atlantic Ocean. Over the decades, changes that have occurred along Ivy Lane have been incremental. Driveways and fences have been reinforced, trees have fallen and been replaced. Part of the old sandy road was paved with asphalt. Traffic and the size of cars have increased, and some of the houses have been enlarged. But the Bridgeton's proposed changes to 32 are radical, not incremental. They wish to create a much larger home, 70% more living space, adding a large freestanding garage within the sight lines of most other property owners, and creating a massive stone patio. My family and I are rightly concerned that the size and environmental impact of this project is simply out of scale with the rest of the Ivy Lane community. It will substantially and irrevocably alter the character of our beloved historic significant corner of Chatham. I hope that the Bridgeton family will agree to scale back their proposed modifications and help to maintain the special quality of life on Ivy Lane. This is from, I believe, Peggy Crespo spoke. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, she did.
Okay. Would you like me to read the letter again?
Yes, please.
October 4th. Peggy Sullivan Crespo and Robert Crespo Wright. The letter is to express our support for John and Kate. We are friends of the Bridgetons. We are very familiar with the above-mentioned project and have been in the Bridgeton home many, many times during the past 10 years. I understand that the Bridgetons plan to retire to this home and want to make more room on the first floor for an adequate-sized kitchen, more spacious first-floor master bedroom, and upgrade the stairs to the second story. The current kitchen is very small, allows room for barely one person to be in at a time. Regarding a larger master bedroom, I know that as they age, it will be safer for them to be on the first floor. The stairs to the second floor are steep and unsafe, and as seniors, we have personally avoided using them in fear of falling or tripping. Both John and Kate have large families to visit them often, and I know that the upgrades to their lovely home will be a tremendous asset to them and their family. The current house is in need of some repairs, including new windows, general upgrades, and safer and better front entrance. The new design addresses these needs while maintaining the historic character of the house. We have looked at the architect's plans and feel strongly that the firm of Patrick Ahern has done a terrific job of not only adding space for 32, but also ensuring the new design features are in keeping with the integrity and standards that are prevalent with other homes in the Old Village. This house, when approved, will be an asset to the Old Village and to our community. I hope you will approve this project so that they can move forward with upgrading their lovely home. And then on October 3rd, Diane Donahue of 78 Silver Leaf writes, I live in the Old Village at 78 Silver Leaf, a few hundred feet from 32 Ivy. My house is historic, and I value and treasure the historic structures and vistas in the Old Village. I have reviewed the proposed plans to restore and preserve the Bridgeton's 1930s bungalow at 32. The proposed east side addition and the partial enclosure of the existing second floor deck are modest in size and scale, and are appropriate and typical of historic changes over the years in the Old Village. The look and scale of the original bungalow is preserved by these examples of secondary buildings used for garages or other uses all along Silverleaf and throughout the Old Village. I appreciate that this proposal calls for a separate garage rather than a suburban-looking attached garage, even though that might be more convenient. The proposed structure is very attractive and fits in nicely in an otherwise wide open space on the lot. I strongly support the Bridgeton's proposed plans for 32 and urge the ZBA to approve them as compatible and in keeping with the Old Village. Then we have a note. This is October 3rd from Joseph D. O'Brien and Thayer Collins O'Brien. We write and support. We know the project at John and Catherine's property, located at 32, will improve our little lane in our beloved Old Village. We hope that this letter encourages the zoning board and the town of Chatham to improve the project. We understand that it has already been approved by the Historic Commission. This beautiful and historic restoration project has every indication of honoring the original cottage, restoring the symmetrical balance to the house, and keeping the home's integrity in sync with our neighborhood's charming aesthetic. Our property is affected more than any other neighbor's property by the Brisden's project, as we live directly in front of them, overlooking their driveway and house. There are no other neighbors on Ivy Leaf or Silverleaf whose views will be materially altered. We, the neighbor at 14 Ivy, support the Brisden's plans without hesitation. We look forward to seeing this project move forward. Please let us know if there's anything else we can do to help. We are unable to attend the hearing last summer, but we'll be there in person on October 13th to show our support in addition to this written letter. I have an email. This is from Mark Logan. He writes on October 2nd, my wife Nancy and I are writing to you today to convey our support for John and Kate's Project 32. Our home is located at 64 Silver Leaf. As the crow flies, we're less than 100 yards from the Brisden's home. We know that neighborhood and the Ivy Lane very well. We believe that the proposed renovations not only preserve the historic nature of the home, but in this case, they further improve the neighborhood. Let us know if you have any questions. Then we have another email. This is October 2nd from Megan and Mariner Kemper. They write, we are writing to provide support for Kate and John and their pending beautiful renovation/addition to their home at 32. The Brigdens are considerate and thoughtful neighbors and have already proven to be great stewards of their lovely home. The addition is small in scale and fits very well with other projects and homes in the Old Village. In our opinion, it's a lovely improvement that will complement the character and scale of the neighborhood. The Brigdens are not proposing to do anything unusual or out of the ordinary and value the integrity of the neighborhood. We live on 80 Main and are in full support. Thanks for your consideration. Email from Crystal and Edward McCarthy, 17 Hammond Lane, written September 27th. We write to support the application. We are abutters at the corner of Ivy and Hammond Lane and look down toward the Brigden house. We met with the architect and he answered our questions fully. We think the proposal is tasteful and in keeping with the Old Village community. Hopefully you will decide to grant the permit. And we have another email. This is from Stephen Helen Johnson. We are writing to let you know on September 23rd that we support John and Kate's building plans for 32. We live at 373/375 Bridge Street and look at the back of their house across the conservation land. We've reviewed the plans and believe that they look great and will be a nice fit for the neighborhood. Please reach out to us with any question you might have. And that is the extent of it, with the exception of that one letter that I skipped.
Hi,
from...
sorry, this is David McManus. I think I missed you, sir. I didn't realize you needed my approval. I just jumped back on to say I'm fine with you reading my letter.
You want me to read your letter?
You can, yes, please, it's fine. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All right. Okay, this was written on October 11th. It is from David McManus. On behalf of myself and my wife, Shelley, I write with respect to the ZBA review of the proposed plan submitted by John and Catherine. Specifically, I want to encourage the ZBA to approve the proposed plans and permit the project to proceed. My wife Shelley and I owned the home at 24 Ivy for 6 years. During that time, we've known the Brigdens to be thoughtful, considerate neighbors who have maintained their property in immaculate condition. We also have known them to have a deep appreciation for the historic import of the Old Village. We believe that such deep appreciation is demonstrated in the care that has been taken in the proposed plans to ensure that the modest modifications to 32 reflect the historic values of the Old Village. Moreover, the proposed modifications are in line with several of the recent home renovations in the surrounding area, several of which, in our view, were far more significant than the plans submitted by the Brigdens. And like the Brigdens' plans, those recent renovations only serve to enhance the neighborhood. Having owned and lived in 24 Ivy Lane, we too deeply appreciate the Old Village and the need to be thoughtful and careful about quote-unquote development. We also appreciate the work of the Historic Society and the concern of the neighbors to protect the historic charm of the area. That said, it is critically important that homes be maintained and updated to ensure that they are there in another 50 to 100 years. Owners like the Brigdens who seek to invest in the neighborhood and update their homes in line with the traditions of the Old Village should be permitted to do so. They are the right that's quote-unquote, right kind of owners, that should be valued by the ZBA and surrounding neighbors because they take the care and expense to ensure that the design and look of their improvements align with the architecture of the old village. Additionally, having reviewed the plans, it is clear that the modifications have no impact on any other neighborhood. The modifications do not impact any directly adjacent property. They do not impede any neighbor's view of the water or anything else of significance. 2 of the 4 houses on Ivy Lane cannot really see 32 from their respective properties because of trees and landscape. One of those properties that can partially view 32 is owned by the Brignons, and the house cannot be seen from any main streets. In some, the modifications seem to have no apparent impact on any neighbor. If we still own 24, we would not object to this project, and we hope that the zoning board will allow them to proceed. That's it. Okay, now, is there anyone here or in Microsoft Teams that would like to speak either against this application or has specific questions to ask? Okay, we'll come back to you, Mr. Horowitz, after we get some of the other smaller ones out of the way, okay? All right. Yes, the gentleman in the back.
Hi, my name's Chris Smith, and with my siblings, I own 73 Silverleaf Avenue. My sister Allison was one of the letters. This is a hard one for me. It pains me to be here because I like the Brigdons, and we have a tiny little jigsaw puzzle of a neighborhood back there. But I need to speak against this proposal still, and there are several reasons. One thing is that it's been asserted over and over in the letters that this is a modest increase in size, and I think no matter how many times you say something, that doesn't make it true. The proposal that we're looking at today is, as far as I can tell, a very small modification from the proposal that this board decided was too big last time. It's been tweaked a little. The numbers are a little bit smaller. The projection on the west side, which is what you can see from the road, as far as I can tell, comes out just as far. The pool has been removed from the proposal, which is great. But after the first property that was reviewed this evening, I wondered if maybe putting some kind of assurance that a pool would never be built might be a good idea. It was also asserted by Mr. Riley that there's no streetscape here, and you could have fooled me. I walk up and down Ivy Lane every day, and I look at that property every day, and I can see that property from my house. So let me just see if there's anything else useful I can say. Oh yeah, I would suggest, I think the elevation drawings kind of show it all. If you include the elevation, if you look at the elevation of the current proposal, the proposal as it stands now, and the proposal of the last time this board reviewed it, and if you include the carriage house, the increases in bulk is very significant. And I just don't think that should be overlooked. I think you need to take a step back, and that's the gist of the thing. So I'm here to argue against that large an increase in scale. I know that in my family, we've had conversations about maybe improving the houses. We have more than one there. Maybe winterizing, that kind of thing. But I can tell you that we would bend over backwards not to increase the size of the envelope of the building if we possibly could, or make that increase as small as possible. So I'm here to argue for a reduction in scale.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and especially for your willingness to listen to this very important application. I don't want to...
We know who you are, but could you just identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Norm Pakin.
Thank you,
My
Mr.
wife and I, Carol, and myself live at 14 Sunset Lane in the Old Village. We've had our house there since 1966. We've been full-time residents since 1987. May I please give you a bit of history here, which some of you know, and I'm going to try to be brief. But this is important. We came to the Old Village because of its history, its uniqueness, and the fact that many of these homes had been owned by families, and they had been barns, they had been shacks, and the appearance of the area spoke of Chatham's history as the oldest or one of the oldest settlements in Chatham, the area behind the lighthouse. Many of the residents originally were salvagers. They were lighthouse keepers. And so when we saw in 1990, roughly 1987, that buildings were going down all around us, houses that were important to the character and history of this town, we felt we had to do something. By that time, I fortunately had been a member of the Historical Commission for 10 years. I was chairman. My wife was anxious, along with the late Nancy Yaw and the late Eleanor Gelsey, to do something. And so we were instrumental in forming the Old Village Association, our neighborhood association. My wife was the first president. And the first thing we did was to see if we could form a National Register district or a local historic district. And we determined at the very beginning we would not do it if a majority of the people in the neighborhood, an overwhelming majority, would not be willing to stand behind it. And the answer was yes. And so while it took us approximately 3 years, an enormous amount of volunteer work, we were able, along with Nancy Yaw again, the co-sponsor of the National Register Historic District in the Old Village, along with the Old Village Association, the Massachusetts Historical Commission, and the National Park Service approved our National Register District. Now, one of the things we've tried to do as we've gone along here is to make sure that the houses which are contributing in this district, and there are approximately over 200 houses originally that are contributing, and those also include outbuildings, which are very important in the Old Village. We did our best to make certain that if you had a non-contributing house, by the way, I live in one, which was built after 1940, or a non-contributing portion of the house, you didn't have to get a permit. And so the Old Village National Register Historic District, along with the Cape Cod Commission Act, which is a Massachusetts statute, says if you don't do more than 25% of changes, you don't have to get a permit. It gave people who had residences and who weren't covered the ability to do incremental work, not massive work like what is occurring here. I totally am in accord with the statements made by Mr. Smith, the person who spoke before me. There is nothing moderate about this, but especially so in this particular small area of the Old Village. Ivy Lane is tiny. It backs up behind everything. It's difficult to get to. The parking is not simple in Ivy Lane. And the idea somehow that changes of this size are not going to be seen or noticed, and certainly they will affect the contributing status of this structure. I counted, by reviewing the plans myself, over 20-something new windows on the rear of the structure. That's nothing small. I feel strongly here that what is to be looked at by this board, and the Zoning Board of Appeals has, as long as I've been here, prided itself on looking at everything, and then at the same token, being independent, being aware of what other boards and commissions have done, but not being willing to disregard the compatibility of the structure, the neighborhood itself. And so I oppose this along with my wife, and I thank you for hearing me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I'm Bill Horrocks, and I live in a contributing structure at 26 Ivy Lane in the Old Village National Register Historic District. And I am also a director in the Old Village Association. We didn't hear much from this podium earlier about contributing structures. We heard a lot about different parts of architecture and so on. And we're not here to sort of judge this as an architectural project, I think. I have three major concerns, or ones, but the most important one is to preserve the Old Village National Register District. And the way one preserves a district, which is just a collection of independent properties, is to preserve the contributing structures one structure at a time. So each has to be looked at, and each is important to the district as a whole. I have one, my first and less important concern involves the more technical thing, the violation of the 15% lot coverage rule. The revised special permit application dated October 11 does not mention a violation in the lot coverage rule. Using the square footage of the lot listed on the initial architectural plans, 14,344 square feet, the proposed dwelling covers 1,967 square feet, or 13%. This coverage does not account for the proposed carriage house, which increases the coverage by 343 square feet, making the total proposed lot coverage 2,310 square feet, or 16.1%. The plan states it's 14.8, which is an error. The lot size listed as 14,300 square feet on the assessor's card. However, the application uses a lot size of 15,568 square feet. The larger lot size allows the total building coverage, including the carriage house, to come in just under 15%. The 15,568 square foot value listed for building coverage purposes on the property summary report outlined at the Chatham Assessor's data site, the source of this larger lot area is not explained. It may be related to the fee of the right-of-way shown on the plans and conveyed in the deeds to 32 Ivy Lane property, with the right to use for all purposes for which streets and ways are commonly used. A plan for this right-of-way shown in Plan Book 48, page 23. Important here is the following definition. Town of Chatham 2019 Protective Bylaw. Section 2, definitions, page 8, definition 63. Lot area means the total area within the property lines of a lot. When used for building purposes, lot area means the contiguous area excluding water bodies, any land below mean high water, or within the layout of ways. The panhandle portion of any lot shall be excluded. I measured the plan and found that the entire right-of-way has an area of 1,465 square feet. Subtracting this amount, which should not be included in the lot area, from the unexplained larger lot size plans, 15,568, yields a building coverage of 16.4%, still above the 15%. Now that's not, but I'm most concerned with the changes made to the substantial alterations of the contributing structure. The proposed modification of the Fred N. Russell House, about a 1925 or so craftsman bungalow contributing structure, is the most disturbing aspect of this application. Architects Ahern's proposed changes were reviewed by the respected historical preservation specialist of the Cape Cod Commission, Sarah Korjeff. The major concern that she states in a letter is changes to the east wall of the original structure and to the dormer on the south roof slope impact some of the few features that have not been previously altered. And then in the next paragraph, she says, the proposed east addition is a small-scale massing step back from the main structure with a lower ridgeline, but it screens and alters the distinctive profile of the original east wall. And finally, she says, removing or significantly reducing the size of the east addition would preserve the character-defining profile of the original building form. Could I have the slide I had mentioned before? Thanks, Sarah. East wing was not removed or reduced in size. The east wing, as designed, absolutely obliterates the craftsman-style bungalow, which remained intact after the 1995 addition of a one-story west wing. The proposed dwelling is in no wise recognizable as a contributing structure. This point is made graphically in the accompanying illustration of the proposed dwelling viewed from the northeast from the Ahern plans. The photo of the bungalow as it is now is shown in the upper left-hand corner. There's the bungalow as it is now. This is the proposed house. Can we have it? Okay. The east wing we're talking about is this part here. Now you can see that if this east wing was taken off, then we would still see this distinctive end of the old cottage, the craftsman-style bungalow. This house is not a bungalow. The contributing structure, which is listed in the register, is a bungalow. So what has been done here is totally destroy basically the contributing structure. The existing dwelling has 9 rooms. The existing dwelling has 9 rooms and 3 bedrooms and 4 full bathrooms, according to the assessing card. Were the Brigdens to eliminate the proposed new east wing, they would lose 2 new bedrooms, an additional bathroom, and a new workshop on the basement level. Is that too much to ask to save a contributing structure? It's been as part of the National Register District. Okay, now the other thing, which that's all for that slide, thanks. The other problem I have is the setting that the structure finds itself in. According to the Chatham Historical Commission 2021 Rules and Regulations, Section 8, substantial alteration, it states, examples of alterations the commission may feel jeopardize a structure's individual eligibility for listing in the National Register of Historic Districts or its status as a contributing structure in a national or Massachusetts Register of Historic Districts are considered to be, among other things, isolation of a property or alternation of its setting, such as the historic character, such that the historic character and integrity are no longer reflected in the site. The current setting of the cottage, as is a 14,300 square foot lot with a grass lawn, some plantings, a shell-covered parking area. The latest proposal changes the site to include two substantial stone walls extending out from the new east wing as far as the eastern boundary. Do you have that? Could you put that or previous slide up again, please? Of the picture of the house. As far as the eastern boundary of the lot, with each containing a set of stone steps which lead down in stages to the pool patio area that was shown on earlier plans. So in addition to this, there's going to be a stone wall coming out here, two stone walls coming out from that new wall and extending all the way across the yard to the border. Also proposed is a two-story carriage house located where the parking area is now. Is this proposed environment consistent with the nearby lots and the rest of the old historic district? I think not. Several criteria for judging special permit applications are set out in the zoning protective bylaw of 2019. Special permits may be granted when it is found that the project will not be detrimental to the established or future character of the neighborhood and the town, and when it is found has been found that the use involved will be in harmony with the general purposes of the intent of the bylaw. So there's my point here is that the environment should also be considered when judging whether something is a contributing structure change is considered. Could I have the last slide with the little map? Finally, since Ivy Lane is a micro neighborhood, cannot be viewed by a casual drive-by, I'll finish with quickly giving a tour aided by a snip from Maps Online to give the board a feeling of our neighborhood, which is the setting for the Brigden proposal. Okay, here's 32 Ivy Lane. This is Ivy Lane. School Street's up here, Water Street goes across here. So to get to Ivy Lane, you can come down Hammond Lane. There's nothing called, there's some errors on this little map, particularly in terms of the volume of the areas shown. But anyway, if you come down Ivy Lane, you'll find you're going up a sort of a blacktop driveway, 12 feet wide. You get to the top of the hill, just opposite number 14. It turns into a shell drive, which comes down and then curves. There's a curved drive, goes into the entryway of 24. Our own property, we're in 26 over here. To get there, we have to go across a right-of-way into our yard. So you can see it's a small-scale, low area. These houses over here, there's where previous speaker lived in this area, Smith's. And so these are mostly 18th century historic houses. Down here at the end of there's a right-of-way which goes all the way down to what is now this tract here. This is conservation land, now owned by the town and the Conservation Foundation. And about the same time as Norman and Carol were forming the Old Village National Register District, this tract here was proposed for development. And fortunately, I was able to get together with a bunch of neighbors from Hammond Hill and Silverleaf Avenue. We raised something like $550,000, gave it to the Conservation Foundation, and they were able to buy this lot rather than have it developed. And so it's today it's covered with a conservation easement. So this is the end of the Ivy Lane is down in an open area. So we have a very small, quiet place, and as some other people have, and I feel also, that we need to put a house, preserve the old bungalow. The bungalow was altered in 1995 by the one-story west wing, and that was fine because the west wing was only one story. The rest of the bungalow stayed intact. But what wants to happen here is this east wing, which is also 2 stories, it's going to totally blow away the whole picture of the bungalow. So I think that, that for those reasons and some others, I urge the board to reject this application for a special permit.
Thank you.
Any question?
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against or has a specific question, either here or on Microsoft Teams? The lady in the back.
I'm Nancy Kerner. My husband and I own property on School Street in the Old Village.
Could you move the mic a little closer to you, please? There you go, or you close to the mic, that works. Great.
I don't envy you. We seem to be at a very, very important crossroads of really fine architectural plans versus what did the house look like in its old days. And some of the houses in the village have managed to be renovated, observing both factors. That's all I can say on that. If this should pass, we would request some conditions. Should I talk about them now or wait to see what you decide to do?
Well, yeah, I think it's premature.
Beg pardon?
I think it's premature to talk about conditions.
Thank you.
Okay?
Will you let me know when it's the right
If we get
moment?
to that point, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anybody in Microsoft Teams, Sarah?
I see no one that wishes to speak in opposition or has a question.
Okay. Before we get to questions, Mr. Riley, would you like a little rebuttal?
Yes, if I
Okay.
could.
Sarah pointed out I missed one other very important letter.
Is it from me?
Well, no, Mr. Riley wasn't from you. On October 13th, Nicole Smith wrote, she's the conservation agent, if you don't know who she is, an order of conditions was issued July 7th. The site plan submitted to the ZBA does have some differences to the plan approved by conservation, but they appear to be minor, and just a request to change the plan of record will need to be requested outlining the changes. Mr. Riley.
Thank you. Sarah, could you put up the assessor's map you just had up there for Mr. Horrocks? Okay, so first of all, all the changes to the buildings are rarely reflected in the assessor's maps. But given Mr. Horrocks' concerns about the setting and how a stone wall could upset the setting, I just wanted to point out one thing. If you see 26 Ivy Lane, there, So that's owned by Mr. Horrocks. This is the addition he put on. That was the original building, that's the addition he put on. Just saying. So with regard to Mr. Horrocks quoting Sarah Korjeff, her second letter said, "I believe the small scale of the proposed new addition and the fact that the original building profile will remain visible means that the proposed alterations would not change the building's contributing status within the district." What happened was, the original east side addition was located in such a manner that you couldn't see the roof overhangs, which Sarah thought were very important. So they shifted it and made sure it was separated, the roof of the addition, separated from the original cottage, so that that aspect of the original cottage remains visible. And that's why she sent this note to the Historic Commission. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. I'd like to point out, I mean, we've talked a lot about Patrick Ahern and also the attitude of the Brigdens to the old village. Well, before the Brigdens got to Patrick Ahern, they went through two previous architects. They paid for designs, and they felt that the designs didn't reflect the old village. So having spent the time and funds to look at architectural designs to accomplish their goals, they decided that the designs that the previous architects came up with didn't reflect the old village, and that's why they went with Mr. Ahern. And they feel, as many of their neighbors do, that the current design does, in fact, reflect the old village. The letter from Mrs. Lear regarding, the information we provided, the relative lot sizes and house changes. As I indicated earlier, we selected those properties because we had surveyed plans and architectural plans that had numbers that we could rely on as accurate, rather than the assessor's notes, which, as we've indicated many times, we really don't know exactly what the net area means or how they measured it. So that's why that's how those properties were selected. Mr. Horrocks talked about how the original architectural plan cited one area, and we're now reporting a different area of the lot. And so Dave Clark, who is our engineer, is present if you have any questions for him, but the easement, which runs alongside the property, sort of as an extension of Ivy Lane. The ownership of that was associated with, was it 32? The McManus house, was it?
24.
24. So the ownership of that strip was associated with 24 Ivy Lane. So when the Brigdens purchased that property from McManus, we redid the plan to incorporate that area into our property, and so that's why the area changed. So, I mean, it's a surveyed plan recorded at the Registry of Deeds. Do you have anything you want to add? Well, before Mike starts, so we got away from what's substantially more detrimental. That's the question for you. you know, what is there about this proposed change to this structure that is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood? It's not to any individual property, it's to the neighborhood. So we have the east side addition, which is 12 feet, 13 feet long, and, you know, a small addition on top of the existing west side addition. I mean, those are really the changes to the building. A total of, as Mike said, 900 square feet, excluding basement changes. So if some of the basement changes are a problem, we can deal with that. Just let us know. But scale, siting, and mass, and substantially more detrimental. So when you look at this building, as you come up Ivy Lane, is that substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure? That's the question you have to answer.
No, I think just to note, we've been through the historic process and received approvals. We've got endorsements from Sarah Korjev, who is the preservation specialist. We've gone through that step in the process, and here we're before you, as Mr. Riley said, for what is substantially more detrimental. And I think the cross-section of the neighborhood study that we provided gives you a potpourri of houses of different scales that show that this house, in terms of substantial detriment, is not more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood itself than any other structure that is there.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now have, one bite at the apple, Mr. Horvath, that's it. We'll have questions from the board. Let's start with Dave.
I don't have any questions at this time, Dave.
Okay. Buck?
Getting right to the core of the situation, you just spent a lot of time explaining to us, is it substantially, or is it more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood? So are you saying to the neighborhood or to the Old Village Association, the National Historic Registered District, whatever it is? So I'm concerned, just make sure, that we're not really saying the neighborhood like on Barn Hill Road or Old Harbor or Crowell Road. We're talking about the National Register Historic District in the Old Village. And so I want you to explain to me why you feel the neighborhood isn't the National District Historical Register.
Well, in the first place, that's not my place. In other words, the determination of what the neighborhood is for the zoning board. You know, you could determine the neighborhood is Ivy Lane, or you could say it's Ivy Lane and Hammond Hill Lane, or you could say it's the entire National Registered District. Now, we think no matter how you parse it, you know, that the question is, you know, are the changes we're making affecting the status of this structure as a contributing structure to the National Historic Register District? And so we clearly have difference of opinion. Mr. Pakin and Mr. Horrocks, they think we're Attila the Hun coming in. Sarah Korjev, who's a professional person, no axe to grind. She's the preservationist at the Cape Cod Commission. Our Historic Commission frequently seeks her advice regarding changes to historic structures, whether in the National Historic Register District or not. And her final response to the Historic Commission was, as I read a little while ago, I believe the small scale of the proposed new addition and the fact that the original building profile will remain visible means the proposed alterations would not change the building's contributing status within the district. So we think that whether you consider the neighborhood to be the registered district or any smaller quantum of that, that the changes that we propose, which have been modified in accordance with recommendations from Sarah, do not affect the contributing status of the structure. So that's why we think that we are not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And if you want to consider the neighborhood to be the National Register Historic District, we're okay with that because we think, that we're not harming that neighborhood either.
Bill?
A lot of my questions had to do with that, and thanks for clarifying that. I think that helped a lot. Can you respond to Mr. Horrocks' question or his point about the coverage?
Well, I thought I did. Okay, so in the first place, he cited an area given on the architect's plans. Now, we love architects. We pay them a lot of money.
From the last submission as well. We've corrected that since.
Yeah, Dave Clark, who is our engineer, is here if you want to hear from him. But the point is that there was a strip of land, which was an easement, that provided access to the conservation area below our property. And the title to that, the fee of that, belonged to, what was the number again?
24.
24 Ivy Lane. And the McManus family, they found their dream home over on Hallway Street. And so they wanted to sell the Ivy Lane property. And so they went to the Brigdens, who agreed to purchase it. A side benefit of that, not anticipated at the time of that transfer, was the title to that strip of land was conveyed to the Brigden family. So, as a clever lawyer, we did a deed from the Brigdens as the owners of that property, conveying to themselves as the owners of 32, that strip of land. So then Dave Clark, when Dave Clark did his plan, it's actually a Tom Stello plan, but Dave Clark's working over it, was able to increase our area by that strip. What was the area?
Yep. The area, the lot area is 15,658.
No, the area of the strip.
Oh, I don't know, you would have that.
I don't know. Anyway, it's 12 feet wide by, I don't know, maybe 100 feet, so 1,200 feet, something like that.
When you came in earlier this year, you didn't have that?
Yes, we did.
You did?
Yes.
So
The site, no, the site.
Yeah.
all you
The
have to do is
architect
look-
had the wrong number on.
Right. All you have to do is look at the site plan that was submitted.
Oh, way back when. We had the wrong site number. Yeah, we've been at this for 2 years.
Okay.
So in that time frame, the Brigdens acquired the property.
Okay. Yeah, that I
When we
get.
started, there was a typo on one of the first plans we submitted. We've since revised that.
Okay. So, enough said.
Megan?
Sorry, that's probably really loud, I have no idea. Quick question. So the west addition, whatever we'll call it, is replacing an addition that was built in 1995, correct? Or 90-something?
Yes.
Okay. And the east addition is new, but you're still going to be able to see the line of the bungalow, the roof line, and the little bit of the
That's
front.
correct.
That's
Great,
correct.
got it.
Paul?
I have no questions.
Dave T?
Dave Thompson doesn't have any questions. Any doubts that I had have been cleared up already, Mr. Riley? Thank you.
Randy?
No questions.
Mr. Riley, I have a question for you. At the so-called carriage house, which has nothing to do with anything, but it's there. I'm not too sure what the purpose is, but it looks to me like it gives more living space. There's a loft, there's a bathroom, and all that. If that were reduced to one story with no water and no heat, would that be something you would consider?
Well, I'd have to talk to the Brigdens. The reason, believe it or not, for that heated space is that the Brigdens, like other fools, like me, own a sailboat or a couple of sailboats. And so and Mr. Brigden, unlike me, apparently has talents for repairing things. I don't have any talent. I have several boats, and I have to have people fix them for me. Mr. Brigden wanted to have that garage so they could store the boat inside and do work inside. So at a minimum, I think, we'll need 2 minutes to talk outside, if that's okay, but at a minimum, we would need water and heat in the lower level so he could do work in the wintertime. But I'll ask him if we can have a 2-minute recess, everybody take a potty break, and
Well, we'll get to that. Yeah, you might want to find the answer to that. Okay. Gentlemen, and the production booth. I think we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Get the gavel.
And,
You need the gavel.
Let me read the correspondence and the balance of it, okay?
Come to order.
Okay, here we go. Okay, everyone, we're back in session. We're back in session, everyone. Please, take your seats. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that opportunity. So, how about we remove the front dormer from the garage. The upstairs, the upper level remains unfinished, can only be used for storage. No heat upstairs. The only heat is so he can have a bathroom, so if he's working on his boat stuff, he doesn't have to go back to the house. That'd be the only area that would have heat.
Okay. Paul, I think we need to move into deliberations, please.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
It takes a vote. Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
All votes yes?
Dave?
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me go first, because I am on my way to curriculum night, so I apologize to those of you who come after this one. I take the historic issue very, very seriously, because I grew up in a house built in 1720, and my mother was the equivalent of the teams of historic people we have here. That being said, I firmly stand with Sarah from Cape Cod Commission. I always want to call it Cape Cod Conservation, which is probably a whole other thing. I firmly stand with her if she thinks that this is not going to impact the building's contribution to the historic nature of the neighborhood, then I would definitely approve the project. I think that they have gone through painful and exhaustive effort to try and keep the house as close to what is there as possible. I mean, I guess short of extending one side out, which I don't even know if that would keep it a bungalow. There's nothing else you can do, and this is by far more attractive than that would be if you tried to do that. It's obvious that Ahern or Ahern, which I've never really known how to pronounce.
Ahern.
Perfect. Is one of the best architects out there for this type of thing, especially. So if I were voting, and I definitely want it on the record that I would approve this project. And I personally do not feel like the carriage house, garage, studio for your boats, whatever you want to do in there, needs to be changed, but I would support it in either formation that it goes.
Paul?
My concern, I think, when we heard this previously was with respect to the overall mass of the building and whether that was consistent with the neighborhood. And in my consideration, when I talk about neighborhood, I'm not talking so much about the historic district as I am about the neighborhood of the house itself. I think the question of the historic district and the contributing nature of the building is answered by Sarah Corge. So I think that to that extent, the changes that are being suggested for the house are not inconsistent with the contributing nature of the building to the historic district. So I think of it more in terms of how does it match in with the neighborhood as a whole. And I see the primary impact of the building as being really on the reverse side. It's the area that would be considered to be the east.
It's the south side.
The south
South side.
elevation. And that's the south elevation basically is facing towards no one other than conservation area to a large extent. So while there are changes being made to the building, I think that those changes have been modified substantially to the point where it now is an attractive building, and I think would not be, in my view, considered to be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Dave T.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. I agree with everything that Paul just said. The massive glass is on the south side. Actually, it's going to be quite beneficial during the winter when the sun is low. It's going to heat that building. It's going to be beautiful. When you look out front, that's a typical Cape Cod look. It's fantastic, Mr. Ahern.
I'm not Patrick, but thank you.
Pardon?
He's not here.
Mr. Tartamella.
Oh, Mr. Tardanello, okay. No, it's a beautiful addition to the neighborhood. The carriage house, I like it the way it is. If you want to have some heat in there, by all means. Sorry, but I think it's with the additions that you put on that building, it's a nice addition to that neighborhood. I definitely am a voting member, and I will vote in favor of it.
Randy.
So if I were voting, I would probably vote in favor, but I think it is detrimental to the neighborhood, but not substantially because of its size. And that's important because they didn't write the word substantially in there for no reason. So that's the way I look at it. I don't like big houses on relatively small lots, and I don't think that's charming at all. So I do think it's detrimental, but I follow the law, so I would probably vote for it.
Dave E.
Well, geez, there's a lot I could say. I don't know if I want to extend too much. But the bottom line, I think, for me, to I guess simplify this somewhat, is that what they're proposing here meets all of the requirements of the bylaw. So from a zoning perspective, it meets the setbacks, it meets the height requirement, it meets the lot coverage requirement, all of the above. And when that kind of thing comes to us, what it does with some frequency, I'm hard pressed to say to someone, no, we don't think that this is appropriate. I mean, it meets the zoning. Now, so then that brings up the question of scale, siting, and mass. And I had some time to think about this, after we got continued, and I thought about the issue, and I thought about how I felt about it, and again, coming down to this, in that case, they were proposing a slight increase in a non-conforming setback, but now they've withdrawn, they got it back, so meets all the zoning requirements. I live not far from this property. I can't see it from my house, but I own a contributing structure in the National Register District that we did a complete renovation of, actually, and added on to somewhat, all of which had the approvals that were necessary. And I walk in this neighborhood all the time. And I've looked at this from every angle, and I project how I think this proposed addition and carriage house will look. And to me, I get clearly we have differences of opinion from some of the other neighbors. This is nowhere near substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. This is in keeping with the neighborhood. The old village is an architectural gem in many respects, and it's clearly a much loved part of this town, and carefully watched and defended by any number of people. And we can have differences of. I am also a former director of the board of trustees, the Old Village Association at one time, And, we can have different opinions about these things, but this meets all the requirements that we should be that the town is asking them. I think they've done a really good job with coming up with something that absolutely fits into the streetscape. If you were to walk up Silverleaf Avenue, around the corner, up Ivy Lane, down in that area, this absolutely fits. And will not, and when it's all said and done, and Sarah's letter, I've not worked with her, but I've met her and worked with her somewhat. I'm in total agreement. This looks like it grew from what's there. There's no obliterating of the original structure here, in my judgment. And so I enthusiastically support it.
Buck?
If we weren't in the historic district, I'd have no problem approving this. But we are in there. And the letter from Mrs. Lear, the comments from Mr. Pakin, the comments from Mr. Smith, and the comments from Mr. Hort, I tend to go with the people that are saving something versus somebody that's replacing it. And my biggest concern is the south side of the building, where you're looking at the 3 stories. I'm pretty sure, I hope I'm right, I look at it from Bridge Street. And when you look at it from Bridge Street, that's not a historic building in any way, shape, or form with, I don't know if it's 20 windows, 30 windows, or 40 windows. But a historic homes didn't have 40 windows. And I think that's wrong. So I'm not supporting it.
Bill?
Well, I agree with Paul and with what Buck said in a way, that south elevation is the critical elevation. And when, I think what the owners are looking at, is not only an open piece of land down there, but a massive house with a huge pool, that is granted outside the historic district, but still that's what you see down below there. And, I think what the owners have done to respond over the number of applications that they've brought in front of this board and different architects, I think they've done a great job at what they've designed and what they've come up with, and I think Sarah's letter, summarizes it. I like it. I like what they've done, and I don't think it's in any way substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, as Dave said, and if I were voting, I would support it.
Well, I guess it comes down to me. And it's all about the carriage house to me. The renovations to the house, I can live with. I can live with what Sarah said and everybody else. But that's separating, all of a sudden we have something brand new, that carriage house. It's got nothing to do with yesterday. It's something brand new. And it's out of place. I mentioned before, Mr. Riley, I don't think that's the place for a family compound. Your clients have 2 homes, that's great. I applaud you all about what you would like to do to the main home. But by adding another building on that property, that throws it, to me, out of the old village and into something else. So unless you're willing to take that out completely, I'll be voting no.
We'll take it out.
Okay. Okay, conditions, Paul.
Well, what are the plans in terms of construction going forward? In terms of limitations, normally we would have June 30th to Labor Day and so forth, as you know, Bill.
Well, I think, this property's large enough to handle all the construction equipment and motor vehicles associated with it. we're sort of at the tag end there. I mean, I don't think, a prohibition against construction during the summer is appropriate in this case.
Well, we have a fairly crowded neighborhood there, with a lot of neighbors very close by.
Well, in reality, the neighbors who are most affected are all supporting the project. We have,
Please, please.
we have the property owner on Bridge Street who looks at the south elevation, sent a letter approving it. Thayer Collins, who's here, or was here, there she's here. They're the house that looks directly at this structure. And we have two properties on Silverleaf that look at this structure.
Well, I'm not arguing about, we're past the question of what the structure looks like from that area. What we're talking about now is when the construction would take place.
Well, we would like not to have a limitation on construction. In the summertime, we could say no work on weekends, nothing before 8 o'clock, and nothing after 5 o'clock. But the lot, particularly without the carriage house, has got plenty of room for, construction vehicles and the like.
All right, well, I will move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions that the construction activity and vehicles will be contained on site or at neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that there would be no work permitted on weekends and no construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only. I am not adding the condition of no construction between June 30th and Labor Day and no exterior construction during that time frame. But
If I could suggest a condition, that we submit a revised site plan that removes the garage/carriage house, which we'll do in the next day or two.
Well, that's fine with me. Is that?
Well, the lady who spoke earlier and said that she had some conditions, and I said later on she could introduce.
Oh, yes, okay.
Well, that's Nancy Kerner. So she gave me the list. And she is requesting, saying, "We in the Old Village request that the following conditions be placed on any construction. Between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction or site work will be allowed. B, work shall be limited to regular business days, Monday through Friday. C, construction activity shall be permitted only between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., and trucks, cars, and other vehicles must not be parked on public ways." Well, with the exception of the first one, it's essentially what you were saying. So they are requesting that between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction or site work would be allowed.
And that's the one that I had left out because of the representation had been made. If we have some neighbors that are already requesting that, then I'm more inclined to impose that condition.
Well, if I could be heard.
But let me just see what the rest of the board thinks about that concept.
Right.
Well, the Kerners are members of the Old Village, but they're not neighbors to this property. They're down on School Street.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Riley, you can't get to Ivy Lane unless you drive through the Old Village. I mean, so to me, that argument doesn't wash. But let's find out what everybody else says. How about conditions, Mr. Thompson?
I will go with the conditions that Paul put on originally, where they can work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
Randy?
I think that the conditions should be the usual, no working in the summer.
Dave Veach?
I think, I guess, I think because it's at the end of the road, and I think that with what Paul initially proposed, I can go, that's what I would prefer. but I can go whatever, whatever, more restrictive if that's what folks want, but I think we could, every time when we have work stop, well, there's, as I've said many times, there's still a finite amount of work that takes place to finish a construction project. So you're also, yes, what stops in the summer, but then it just extends it out in the off-season, so.
Buck?
No work in the summer.
Bill?
I think your point, Dave, about the fact that all the traffic has to come through the old neighborhood to get there is drives it. And if it were me, I would probably not want that construction happening in the summer.
Yeah, I really feel strongly that allowing construction vehicles to careen around in the summer is wrong. I really do. But, let's see, is that okay?
As I said, I could go with a more restrictive, I prefer not, but.
Okay, all right.
Well, in that case, the restrictions would be all construction activity and vehicles to be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction would be allowed, no work would be permitted on weekends, and construction activity would be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
And
Yeah, the carriage house is going to be.
The new site plan, removing the carriage house.
Will be removed.
Yep. Okay.
Okay,
May I ask a question? I don't want to speak out of order.
well, you are.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll be happy to answer your question later. Okay, so Paul,
That's the motion to approve on the basis of those conditions.
And Dave Veach seconds.
okay, we need a vote on that, Buck?
Buck votes no.
Paul votes yes.
Dave Thompson votes yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. You're successful 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you want to come up, I'll try and answer your question.
I think it's too late,
Oh,
but I'll try. Talking to you or?
I'm talking to you. Come on.
Just since the, since the rule, that's one of the things that have been the last time that came before you. The scale, the overall scale of the project is property.
Well, the pool was out of the plan.
I know, but just because earlier in the other project.
Yeah, they could come back. No, because we did not make that, but I think, I mean, they have presented that it's not gonna be a pool or a patio. So, bingo, I mean, they would look really bad doing that, okay? All right, okay. All right, Sarah, excuse me, Mr. Horwitz, Sarah has a lot of other work to do. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, Sarah, let's move on to, somebody stole my glasses. Ah. How about 22-067, please?
Application number 22-067, Minglewood Homes, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Agreed vendee of property located at 67 Capri Lane. Also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 13C, Block 28, Lot C10. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot, be the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. The existing dwelling is non-conforming, and it is located 21.4 feet from the road and 24.8 feet from the westerly abutter. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming, in that it will be located 21.4 feet from the road, where a 40-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage will remain 1,217 square. The existing building coverage is 1,217 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 1,500 square feet, where 2,850 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming and that it contains 21,447 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw. This was continued from August 25th, 2022.
You know, the worst thing, I quit drinking a couple of years ago, and boy, I could really use a martini right now.
Well, I'm going to have one for you. How's that?
Thank you. Oh, good afternoon, Bill Riley on behalf of Minglewood Homes. This is another revisit where there's an existing structure. The owner of the existing structure is here. I don't know, maybe Dave Thompson had Mrs. Kolodzik in school?
Did you?
No, she was a sixth grade teacher. I've forgotten who I had. Well, she was a third grade teacher. Oh, dear God, I had Mrs. Marsha Salt. She was tough.
Paul. Thank you, Paul.
Anyway, so the house was built back in the 1950s and has been very unchanged since then. The neighborhood around it has changed. Tim Smith, Minglewood Homes, as a contractor, purchased the property, continued upon approval of his design. Tim has made a change in the design, and I'm going to ask him to describe it to the board. Tim?
Good afternoon, or evening, I'd say. He started in the afternoon, but it's evening now, so I hope you guys all have a nicer evening after this. So we're back here, we were here last week, or last month, with the house that was designed for 67 Capri Lane. And we were here, and there were some questions on the massing of the property. We're asking for some relief. There's some nonconformity that we have actually made more conforming in the original aspect. And so then we are back with you with a little bit of a redesign on the plan to, sort of soften, not really soften, it's not a very big house. It's a two-story sea captain style house with a wing on off the side of it. It's a 30 by 32 square structure with a 22 by 16 wing on it, and then a little covered porch, or a little screened-in porch. So what we did on the elevations were, we talk about mass. We think about ridge heights and things like that. We've gone ahead and done this as a hip roof, which creates us. Our ridge height here is 22 feet 11 inches. By doing this hip roof, we were able to, reduce our ridge length to 5 feet. So really, we're only at 5 feet at that 22 feet, or at the 22 foot 11 feet from top of foundation. So, and it slopes down. So really, if we were to do a full cape or something like that, it would be a ridge line all the way across at that. So then we thought, okay, well, maybe the wing, it was a two-story looking wing. So we decided to, we actually brought those second-story walls in a foot on each side, front and back. And then we were able to wrap a porch roof line that is on the screened-in porch. We wrapped that around the front of that house and tied it into the side of the main structure to soften up that front look, or in the back as well. So it kind of cuts that in half, giving it a little bit less of an appearance of mass. So that dropped the ridge height on that side down 8 inches or so. So that's sort of how we approached looking at this for that. We also didn't expect that, so we have also gone through and talked with a lot of the neighbors in the neighborhood. And we have some letters of approval here with us. We have, the surrounding area neighbors have all sort of sent in. We have one gentleman that's up top that's really going to be looking down on us, and he has a letter of approval. We spoke with him. We've talked to a few of the other neighbors. So that's sort of how we approach this. We've combined the two lots together, so it's the biggest lot in the neighborhood, and so we feel that that's a plus two. We're gonna do some vegetative. We've gone through conservation, so we have a lot of mitigation plantings to do. Some vegetative removal of vines off of some willow trees there, which will also help out some people's views as well. So we're going to go in there and clean those trees up. But that's sort of how we approach this coming back to you. We only have 8-foot ceilings in there. We're not looking for 10-foot ceilings on the first floor and 9-foot ceilings on the second floor. We are 8-foot ceilings on the first, and we have 8-foot ceilings on the second floor. So, and here again, the max ridge is 22 feet 11 inches, plus or minus, there. So that's sort of how we approach this. So that is, I hope that helps.
All right, so I can run through the criteria.
You did that before.
We did that.
We did that before.
Yeah. Are you done?
And we still meet all the criteria, just in case you're interested.
Okay. Is there anyone here or in Microsoft Teams that would like to speak in favor of this? Mr. Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of the property owners, Bob and Eileen Segerson, who are in the rear. And I recognize you've had a long day, so I will be brief. But a couple of thoughts that I think might be useful to you. Given that they've owned the property since 1957, they have ties and concern for the neighborhood. They were approached by a number of different prospective purchasers, and one of the reasons that the Minglewood Tim Smith transaction was appealing to them is because of the work that Tim does and the scale of what he now proposes. The fact that a separately buildable lot is not going to be built and separate houses not going to be built on it is important to Bob and Eileen, and I think it's important to the neighborhood. They know that Tim will do a good steward. They also know what he has just told you, that it's a reduced height. It's the walls are moved in, 8-foot ceilings are not exorbitant. There's going to be correspondence you'll read requesting that Tim take care of the circle, and he will revegetate it. He will make sure that any damage to it by trucks or anything else is repaired. He will also have downward shaded lighting on the property. So he's addressed, he's looked forward to the comments, he's aware of the comments, he is going to be addressing them in the presentation. If there are issues about views, I have something, Bob has an engineering background which talks about the very limited effect on views. Sarah could bring it up, but very frankly, I doubt you want to see it right now. If there are questions, we'd be happy to urge it, to present it to you, but on behalf of the property owners, we hope that you'll approve the special permit, and we thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, either here or on Microsoft Teams, who would like to speak in favor?
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
Okay, correspondence, Paul?
Yes, we have a letter from Gene Davino, my name is Gene Davino, and I own 28 Capri Lane, which has been in the family since 1967. Capri Lane is a short cul-de-sac ending at a circle and our landing on Oyster Pond. There are 13 houses on the street, including number 67, which is the subject of this meeting, and one of the 4 houses on the circle. I'm voicing my concern on the control of obstruction of passage in and out of the street, plus the parking. Activity during the winter is slow on the lane, but there are few year-rounders and weekenders. Once late spring comes, the activity picks up. Summer is very busy with guests, renters, and homeowners, and parking overflows to the road. If the project extends into summer, we need some guarantees that we can all get into and out of the street without jockeying around trucks. I also would not like to see the grass circle become a muddy parking lot. I know the board issues the usual no working after 5 and no weekends, but that's exactly what happens. Some of the construction around me now is 7 days a week and nights. Thank you for your consideration. And then we have a letter from Christine and Chris Harvey to the Chatham Board. We are writing regarding the proposed plans for building construction at 63 Capri Lane. We participated in the original ZBA hearing in August online, and I commented at that time. The views from our home at 48 Capri Lane will be substantially blocked by this very large structure. Mr. Riley made a statement at the August meeting that no neighbor's views would be affected. However, our views of Oyster Pond and river will be substantially blocked. In addition, the style of the proposed structure is not at all in keeping with structures in the neighborhood or on Capri Lane. Other structures, including new builds or additions, have maintained a Cape Cod style in using sloped roofs and dormers to keep views possible and the design style within the neighborhood in keeping with what it has been. We request 3 things, one of which I requested verbally at the first ZBA on this topic meeting in August. One, no construction work would take place during the months of July and August in any year. Capri Lane is narrow and a dead end and is every resident's access to our easements and Oyster Pond. We do not wish to have our small, quiet street disrupted during the summer months for its residents and guests, either by noise or construction vehicles. At the August ZBA meeting, Mr. Riley agreed to this request. 2, all exterior lighting be downward facing and of low wattage. This is in an attempt to preserve the visual calm and quiet of Capri Lane and to preserve our views of the night sky by limiting glare, parens, excessive brightness that causes visual discomfort, close parens, and by limiting sky flow, parens, brightening of the night sky over inhabited areas, close parens. And 3, exterior lighting be solely for the purpose of safety and security and not for dramatic lighting and presentation of the property and structure itself. We thank you for considering these requests in your decision-making process regarding 67 Capri Lane. And we have a letter from Timothy Daly. I am writing this letter to express my support for the new residents at 67 Capri Lane. I own property in Chatham. Our new residents with the combined lots will keep the space open and improve the aesthetics of the neighborhood. His address is 56 Capri Lane. And then we have a letter from Craig Deerdorf. My wife Ellie and I are writing in support of Minglewood's proposal to construct a new house at 67 Capri Lane. We are very recent additions to the neighborhood, having closed on our house at 47 Capri about a year ago. For that reason, we didn't plan to be vocal about the proposal, preferring to gauge the reaction of the more established neighbors. But as the neighbor most affected by the proposed tear down and reconstruction next door, we want to voice our support. When we were considering the purchase of our home, our greatest concern was the vacant and overgrown lot next door and the unoccupied house on the adjoining lot. We were concerned that someone would figure out a way to build on the immediately adjacent lot. We were therefore happy to hear of Minglewood's plan to combine the two lots and limit construction to the lot with the existing house. We understand that economics would demand that a larger house be constructed to justify the costs of the project. We were also relieved that a builder of Tim Smith's caliber planned to take on the project. We met him during our house search in Chatham and are aware of the quality of his work. Our view across the property to Oyster Pond will be marginally impacted, and we had not anticipated a pool, but we believe the benefits to the neighborhood of a preserved lot with some mitigation of the invasives and the addition of a quality home outweigh any detriment. We make one request, to pull the invasive vines off the large willow at the back of the property and clear out the dead branches, and we understand Minglewood will do this. That should improve the view of a number of the surrounding properties as well as ours. Thank you for your consideration. And then we have a letter from Mr. and Mrs. John Andres. We are writing to express our support for the proposed new residents at 67 Capri Lane. We have owned our house at 86 Capri Lane since 2008 and have been residents of Chatham since 2012. During that entire time, the current house at 67 Capri Lane has seen very little use, perhaps a couple of weeks a year. While it is a cute little house, it is outdated. It is also our understanding that the septic system is old and needs to be upgraded. In our view, the neighborhood will benefit from this new house project. The neighbors all share access to Oyster Pond, which creates a friendly atmosphere, and we look forward to adding another family to the group. Minglewood Homes built our home in 2006. It is a beautiful, well-built home with excellent finishes. If our home is an indication of the quality home that will be built at 67 Capri Lane, the house will be a positive addition to the street and the town. Thank you for considering our views on this proposed new home. And then we have a letter from Barton Rowe. I am writing this letter to express my support for the new residents at 67 Capri Lane. It's a form letter that allows him to check off that he owns property, lives in, or works in Chatham, but he gives his address as 5 Capri Lane. This new residence with the combined lots will keep the open space as well as improve the aesthetics of the neighborhood. And that's the correspondence.
Is there anyone here or on Microsoft Teams that would like to speak either against this application or as a specific question? If so, please indicate now if you'd like to be recognized. The lady in the back.
I think I'm in the question category. I'm Edie Kroll from 68 Capri Lane, directly across the street from 67. And I've owned the home since 1980, but my parents were there 15 years before, so I think I must be the matriarch of the street. And much appreciate the downsizing of the plans from the last time. And I don't object to what they're thinking of building now. But I do want to propose a condition. I request when a new lawn is built at 67, the professional landscapers, and I'm sure Tim always has good quality people, will also resod the traffic circle between 67 and 68 with appropriate amendment of the underlying soil and watering. From the 60s through the 90s, that traffic circle was a little mini park with 3 hard trees and appropriate little shrubbery. And at some point in the middle of the night, the trees disappeared and the shrubbery disappeared. And when there's been building of 3 adjacent large houses, the edges of the grass was chewed up. So I think, you know, if the lawn there is suitably replaced and enhanced, it will really benefit the neighborhood. It's no longer a park. It's getting pretty shabby. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I see no one else that wishes.
Yes, there's a lady over here.
I was present at the last meeting.
Please identify yourself again.
Sorry. Kathleen Peterson. I was present at the last meeting. My husband Peter Hahn and I own a home on Winsong Landing, which we've had since the 90s, I believe it is, perhaps late 80s. We currently live in Rhode Island, but we were probably moving here upon his retirement. We actually, our property includes part of the, in fact, a good portion of the wetlands that extends down and over to Capri Lane. And it is a very, as I think I mentioned when I spoke before, it is a very unique and special preserved wetlands, conserved land in that area. And the small house that had been there since the 50s when it was built was a very low-lying and appropriate border, I think, bordering onto that land, which is rich with wildlife and especially birds, and it's very cherished. And there is a path for everybody on Winsong Landing who can come down through that property to get down to Oyster Pond, but it's a very unique part of Oyster Pond. And I think that there's been great construction on Capri Lane, and some homes have gone in and so on. But that particular location, I think the buildings, the plans that we saw last time were quite large and out of scale with the nature of the land down at that edge of the conserved wetlands. And I think that having it be, also in the materials that were posted, it says here that the lot is non-conforming in that it contains 21,000 plus square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required for, at least as I understand that as a non-professional, that normally a house of that size the 40,000, it's a tiny lot for such a large structure that is being proposed to be built there. And I think that's a proper scale for a house that's going in onto a magnificent stretch of open land, wetlands, would be much more appropriate than the double-story. Obviously, they're using the property to add a swimming pool and so on and so forth. But I'm thinking about the structure itself. It really is not in keeping, in my view, with what ought to be preserved in that corner of Oyster Pond, that magnificent open stretch for a lovely neighborhood. So I am disappointed that this has not been scaled back to a lovely single-story house like the one that was there from the 50s. And yes, it's a dated building, but it just slides right in. And everybody on Capri Lane can appreciate that, I'm quite sure. So you got your letters, you received your letters from various people who've worked with the builder and so on. But I would say that I think it's most inappropriate to have a two-story building going up there. I think a scaled-back building on such a tiny lot, which does not conform with what your normal, as I read this anyway, which is what your normal, the size of that lot is not large enough for a house to be of that size. So I personally object to it. I'm not so concerned about the view aspect of it as to just the maintenance of what is a beautiful, natural, conserved land, which we pay taxes on. I mean, but nonetheless, I think it's a shame, and it's really not appropriate that is being approved. Should it be approved to be a two-story structure going up on such a tiny lot? It just isn't right. So I wanted to share that with you because you folks are the decision makers. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
I see no one else that wishes.
Did you gentlemen want to have any sort of a rebuttal?
Very, very briefly, the footprint of the house is 1,500 square feet. It's, I think it's 13%. And the previous speaker apparently loves single-story homes. I don't think hers is. And I don't think there are any other single-story homes on Capri Lane. So apparently the bridge is still open. People are still coming down here and want to modernize homes and live in decent homes. So we think this is a very reasonable proposal. If I could find my site plan, I can tell you what percentage of coverage, which is significantly less than 13.7%, so well below the 15%.
Okay.
And unlike the previous speaker, all the other residents of Capri Lane were saying how wonderful it was that the adjacent lot will remain vacant.
Okay, we'll have questions from the board. Randy?
I don't have any questions.
Dave?
I have no question.
No questions.
Bill?
Did you ever consider pushing the house, back, like into the other lot?
Well, just not really, and the reason why we didn't is that, well, theoretically, Dave wants to explain.
We actually did. Part of the variance procedure
would be
with the
Dave Clark.
Oh, I'm sorry, David Clark, Clark Engineering. We did consider that. Part of the conservation review is to provide an alternatives analysis for work within 50 feet of the wetland. We gave a narrative that we could move more of the house away from the wetland, but would mean going into the undisturbed portions of the lot. And conservation decided that
the more appropriate way to redevelop this lot would be to keep it within the disturbed area of the lot. So we're not taking out any trees for the construction of the house. We might have to take out a tree for the septic system, but that's really the only place the septic system can go. And conservation, I think, preferred the alternative that that vacant lot remain vacant and undisturbed for a majority of it. And I think they actually made that a condition of the approval. And we do have a order of conditions for this project.
Yeah, so the only work on the vacant lot is the septic system.
Right, right. So what's the square footage of this house? Sorry. What's the square footage of the house as proposed? Sorry.
I happen to have those numbers right here.
Very good. Oh, so do I.
So the total gross area, the first floor is 1,280 square feet, and the second floor is 1,248 square feet. If you're counting the basement,
Okay.
another 1,280 square
And
feet.
how does that compare with other houses on Capri Lane? Because to me, most of those other houses are probably in that range, I
see,
would guess.
See, we don't have the gross floor areas of the other houses.
Yeah, oh,
All we have is the net area.
I didn't know if you had, yeah, generally.
It's very comparable to all the other houses. There's a couple houses that haven't, Tim Smith, by the way, that are still on the smaller size up the street.
Yeah.
But most of those houses have all been put into two-story houses. They're all running, this house is 2,800 square feet, first and second floor. It's not huge.
Right.
You know, we're not talking 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. It's a 2,800 square
That's
foot
what I-
house, comparable to what we have over there.
Okay.
So on my zoning bylaw analysis, which I presented at the last meeting, and Dave didn't want me to read because he wants to get out of here, we did have, and of course, I love being here myself, so I don't understand it.
Don't
But-
read it.
Don't read.
No, I'm not gonna read it. But we have presented the net areas of each of those, of all the properties on Capri Lane.
Okay.
And as Tim said, you know,
I think I missed that
we're
meeting.
very much compatible with the rest of the houses.
Okay, thanks.
Paul?
I have no questions.
Dave?
I have no questions.
Randy?
No questions?
Dave?
I have no questions, Dan.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck approves.
Paul Stump approves.
Dave Thompson approves.
Dave Veach approves.
I approve. Paul?
Well, I think they have made some changes to the appearance of the house, and I think it addresses the overall concerns that the board expressed. It seems to me that when you look at it, it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, so I'll vote in favor of it.
Dave?
I agree with Paul 100%. It's a very good addition to the neighborhood. Looks very nice. I will vote in favor.
Randy?
If I were voting, I'd vote in favor. I agree with my colleagues.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement with what's been said before.
I don't think it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, so I would also support.
That's what if I were voting.
I will move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions that all construction activity and vehicles will be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. That between June 30th and Labor Day, there would be no exterior construction allowed. No work will be permitted on weekends, and construction activity will be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
Dave Veach seconds.
Can I
That
speak?
okay?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Would you put Edie's thing in there too for the circle? I talked with Edie about, so we would take care of that circle.
Is that permanently or just for?
No, just that time. Thanks, Mike. We'll bring it back. I don't know if it's gonna be a park, Edie, but we'll try. But we'll definitely-
Are you,
get it there.
so we would add a condition that you would resod the traffic circle between numbers 67 and 68?
Yeah. The issue, can I say, I think we would probably want to seed that as opposed to sodding that, because there's no water in that, and the sod just doesn't do good without water. If I can seed that, we'll loam it, seed it, make it look nice, and we'll maintain it until the grass is in there nice. But I think the sod would be a harder project to work with, without the water.
Why don't we then just add the condition that Minglewood will repair and maintain for a period of a year the circle grass?
That's fine.
Does that do it?
That's fine.
That's fine. Do I have to mow it too?
1 year. This 1 year doesn't, I mean, I don't anticipate that you.
Bill's gonna mow it.
I don't anticipate you want to take on an obligation beyond a year, but.
No, that's fine, that's fine. It's a year to get it established.
Is that the year before the house is built or the year after?
That starts right now.
Okay.
This is
So-
what happens when you go over 4 hours.
I know it.
Yeah.
So try it again, Paul.
Try it again, I just finished. All right. I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions that all construction activity and vehicles will be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. Between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. No work shall be permitted on the weekends, and the construction activity would be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. And third, that the Minglewood Homes will repair and maintain the grass in the circle area for 1 year from the termination of construction.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck approves.
Paul approves?
Dave Thompson approves.
Dave Veach votes yes.
Yeah, and I approve. That's a unanimous vote, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is that the time to do it for him? Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, how about 22-006?
Application number 22-006, Casa Investments, Inc., care of William F. Riley Esquire.
Excuse me, if you folks want to have a conversation, would you please go out the door? Thank you very much.
P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 322 and 324 Bridge Street, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16B, Block 13, Lot 4A. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change 3 non-conforming structures on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling, guest house, and shed, and the construction of a new dwelling, guest house, and garage. The existing dwelling at 322 Bridge Street is non-conforming, and that it is located 15.6 feet from the road, 24.9 feet from the westerly abutter, and has a building height of 30.5 feet. The existing guest house at 324 Bridge Street is non-conforming, in that it is located 15.1 feet from the westerly abutter and exceeds the floor area allowed for a guest house by 20 square feet, 50.8%. The existing shed is non-conforming, and that it is located 6.9 feet from the westerly abutter. The proposed dwelling at 322 Bridge Street will be non-conforming, and that it will be located 15.6 feet from the road where a 40-foot setback is required, 13.4 feet from the westerly abutter where a 25-foot setback is required, and have a building height of 31.9 feet where 30 feet is the maximum allowed. The proposed guest house at 324 Bridge Street will be non-conforming, in that it will be located 15.7 feet from the westerly abutter where a 25-foot setback is required, and will exceed the floor area ratio allowed for a guest house by 580 square feet, 66%, where 50% is the maximum allowed. The proposed garage will be non-conforming, and that it will be located 18.1 feet from the westerly abutter where a 25-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 1,683 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 2,751 square feet, where 2,850 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming and that contains 23,724 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required in an R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw. This was continued from February 24th, 2022, April 14th, June 23rd, and September 8th, 2022.
Thank you. That's quite a novel you read there, Sarah. What we'd like to do here at the beginning is to talk about how square feet are calculated. The, Karen Kempton's on the line also. Hi, Karen. I hope she's at home having a martini while she watches, but Karen did a design that admittedly, the finished square footage of the building was slightly over the 50%. So there are unfinished areas in the guest house that, we don't think should be counted. Now, Jay, our building commissioner, thinks they should be counted because I think the bylaw refers to gross floor area. But of course, I don't even know if gross floor area is probably defined somewhere, but we tend to think of the finished area of a house as the floor area of the house. The area that, like the assessors, the area that's heated and cooled, not unfinished attics or basement spaces. So we'd like to have a conversation because the zoning board has to make a determination. They do it with Jay's guidance, and so I'd like Karen to explain what the finished floor area of the guest house is. Can you help us with that, Karen?
The finished floor area of the guest house is 2141 square feet, 2,141 square feet. That includes a portion of the basement that would be finished.
And how does that relate to the floor area of the house, the main house?
The total living space of the main house would be 3,361 square feet, and that includes the finished basement.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The total living space of the main house, which includes the finished basement, would be 3,361 square feet. So by our calculations, we would be at 58%. Rather than, I believe it was advertised at 68%.
Right, so we do exceed 50%, but
It's Karen's speakers.
it's Karen, it's your speakers. Okay. It's bad enough listening to it once. How's that? Okay, good. All right, so the existing guest house already exceeds 50% of the floor area of the main house. So it's a pre-existing non-conforming structure in that regard. So that means, theoretically anyway, we could come to you and ask to make a change that would increase that nonconformity. However, because the disparity between how we calculate floor area and how Jay wants us to calculate floor area is so huge, we thought it was unlikely that the board would find favor with something that was that far away from the 50% rule. So, I'd like to hear from Jay, but I mean, we think that the proposed guest house being a little over, well, 58% rather than 50% of the floor area of the main house should be acceptable, certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And we'd be happy to have a condition or impose a restriction to be recorded at the Registry of Deeds that the unfinished areas can never be finished without zoning board approval. But we need feedback, I think, from the zoning board members. We need guidance as to how you want us to proceed. And I think Jay should be part of the conversation.
Thanks, Bill. So the bylaw is somewhat unclear. It talks about a guest house shall not exceed 50% of the floor area of the principal dwelling, but it doesn't define floor area. So we've gone all around the horn on this one, and right now where I'm leaning, my interpretation would be the interior floor area of every floor, including a basement that would be unfinished, because the basement could be finished at some point down the road. Most basements get finished without the benefit of a permit.
Oh, no.
They do.
Tell me it's not true.
And if you're including the basement area of the guest house and the main dwelling, I don't see that the relationship hurts anything, 50% is 50%. I understand Bill's point. They're over on the coverage and they're entitled to, with your approval, continue that. Excuse me. But that's where I am at this point in time. So all floors, including a basement. A crawl space wouldn't count towards the floor area because they're not going to be finishing off a crawl space. Not with a permit anyway.
Okay, so I think board members, you need to step up and tell Mr. Riley what you think. Yes, Buck?
Before you get into all that, but I think it's important, what is the date of the blueprints we're using for this hearing tonight?
You mean the building design? Karen's got that.
Pardon?
August 21st.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Just nice to know what we're doing. Because that would determine the 50%, and, I want to base it off this drawing instead of the other ones we've had. Thank you. So do you want me to weigh in on something now?
Correct. You're going to weigh in on Mr. Riley's argument that the calculations that Jay uses are not what he uses, and how you look at it.
So I certainly respect Mr. Riley's many years of experience, but in this particular case, I'm persuaded by the building commissioner's judgment, and I will stand with him.
Bill?
Well, I would agree with Buck. Let me just ask, though, what's the floor, so what, in your estimation, and I would agree with you about the basement, what's the floor area of each of the house and the guest house? Do we have that somewhere?
Well, Karen has it.
You mean the footprint?
The existing floor area or the new floor area?
The first floor footprint area?
Yeah, the whole, no, the floor area of the entire cottage and the floor area of the house.
That's calculated by Jay. Whoops.
First and second floor?
Yes.
First and second floor, Karen.
First and second floor is 2,141 square feet of the guest house.
That's the guest house?
Right. And the main house is 3,361, which includes the full basement finished.
Okay.
So, Bill, how do you feel about that?
I think it's pretty straightforward. I would agree with Jay's interpretation.
Okay. Paul?
I guess one question I would have is, how has this been done historically?
Well, Karen, you have to turn off your stuff again. I would have to say that I don't think we used gross floor area in the past, but I don't have a specific memory of how previous building commissioners interpreted the floor area requirement. I wish I did. I wish I could say, oh yeah, we always did it that way, but I can't remember.
If I can
Well,
speak, sir.
Don't we have files on houses that were built on the basis of this formula?
If I can say, I did look up one of my...
Would you please identify
I'm
yourself?
sorry, Stephen Benincasa. I'm the owner of 322 Bridge Street. We started this process 2 years ago, a little bit of history. It was kind of like the COVID permit where I couldn't get into the town hall, and I was told one thing by the person who sold me the house, and he was an attorney, and it seemed like what he told me...
You can never trust them.
Seems like what he told me was, none of it was true, so I started down the wrong path, and, you know, that's however it is. In any event, we started down that path, and then we discovered that, you know, we had 7 bedrooms, so we put 3 in one and 4 in the main house, 3 in the guest house. This is what my wife wanted. I have 2 daughters. And then it turned out that one of my abutters raised the concern that it was permitted as a guest house, so we went back and we redesigned the house again, and starting from the process.
Let me get back to my question.
I'm going to get there. Oh, let me just go there real quick. So then I did get into the building department's office maybe 2 weeks ago, and I asked Jay to pull the file on one of the neighbors, and they did not count the basement. They did not count any unfinished areas. If you did the same calculations, it's not even close. It's not even close. So the one file I pulled up, my closest abutter, was not counted the same way.
Well, Jay, have you done any look historically as to how this has been done in town?
Well, we did, I did meet with Mr. Benincasa, and we did look at the immediate neighbor, but
Right.
we haven't done any others, no.
Okay. Because, I mean, there are a number of houses that are in this category that presumably we have files on, right?
Yes.
So, and I guess the other question I have is it not correct that what Jay is saying is it really doesn't matter if you're calculating the square footage of both buildings the same way? Does it matter whether you're doing it on the basis of finished floors or however you're doing it?
Well, our argument is that, you know, we're counting for areas that are finished, that we're counting, and if it's unfinished, it's unfinished, and we would have to go back before you or the building inspector. And I understand Jay's point of view that, yes, it could be done illegally, but are we to assume that anybody could do anything illegally and therefore they're guilty as charged? I've been in this town 17 years. I didn't change my house. I have no intention of changing this, but I've been willing to, and I showed Jay a restriction that I could record that would say that I would not finish any of the area. And Jay responded, say that the board themselves you could restrict this permit to say I would not finish any other area. And I'm fine with that. And I'm tempted to not put the basement at all, but there's no houses in this town, I should say no, there's almost zero. In this town or anywhere in Massachusetts has 0 basements. The only houses that have there's 0 basements, slab on grades, are apartments, commercial structures, or handicap buildings. A house without a basement is not desirable. It's good for storage in New England. It's good for utilities. You typically put your furnace down there and your water heater down there and some storage space. So the basement has a storage area. I won't finish the basement. You can put any restrictions you want on it. I'm willing to accept those.
Well, I'm not inclined to be, to favor that kind of approach. I guess that's my initial reaction to it.
All right. Dave Thompson.
Mr. Riley, I really don't care how it was done yesterday. I'm more interested in what Mr. Briggs says today. what Mr. Briggs says, I would take as gospel.
Randy?
Thank you.
And I also support the building commissioner, always, just so you know. And as far as slabs go in Massachusetts, there's tons of slabs in Massachusetts. I've lived in numerous areas of Massachusetts, Western Mass, Boston, north of Boston, very north of Boston. I'm a runner, I've run all around every neighborhood you could imagine. We have loads of slabs. You could easily make that a slab. So, and I would make it smaller anyway, before I would want to support it. So that's my point of view.
Dave Veach?
Well, I'm in agreement with, I think, all of my fellow board members about, I would stand with Jay's interpretation. I'd just like to note that in our packet was a copy of the special permit that was granted in 2008 with respect to the existing guest house.
Okay.
And at that time, and they say, the line says, the gross floor area will increase from an existing 1,109 square feet to 1,290 square feet, where a maximum of 50% or 1,270 square feet of the floor area of the main dwelling is allowed. So they mention gross floor area there in this. And then further down in the decision, they said the proposed increase in gross floor area was a result of the construction of full-height walls in the new building. The original structure contained knee walls with areas not included in gross floor area due to the low height of the walls. So, we have in our regulations a definition of gross floor area. And that definition does exclude areas that are something like less than 5 feet in height. So this would lead me to believe at least that in 2008, they were using gross floor area as they're in making the comparisons. So I'll just add that to it. Thanks.
Okay, well, I think we need to circle back to really what the question is. And the question is not how Jay figures it or you figure it. Let's just say that this second home, the guest house, is more than 50%.
That's correct.
Well, so wasn't the one that's there now, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so really it is a question of if you make the full presentation, what you're saying is, look, yes, that number has increased, but what we are proposing to put there is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
That's correct.
Isn't that what you're saying? Isn't that what
Yes.
you want to do?
That's correct.
So let's have that presentation.
Okay. Now I have to get organized. So while I'm trying to get organized, why don't we have Karen do her presentation regarding the architecture? And I'll find what I need to find.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Karen Kempton, architect for Steve and Barbara Benincasa, and I met with them almost 2 years ago now to begin planning for this property. Sarah, if you can bring up the photo of the front of the existing house. So it was important to Steve and Barbara when they bought this property that there were 2 dwelling units on this site, as they wanted to build homes for their 2 daughters and their families. The existing main house is a gable front salt box facing Bridge Street. The front door to this house, if we look at the left side photo, the existing front door to this house is along the driveway side. the existing second floor bedrooms are at grade on the front of the house, with the actual first floor being below grade on Bridge Street. So we felt it would improve the streetscape of the house to have a proper front door facing Bridge Street. So if we can bring up the proposed front elevation on A1. Yep, there you go, that's it. So while keeping the gable-fronted salt box form, we have elevated the first floor to the existing second floor height. This allowed us to have a covered front entry porch, which makes the house more approachable from Bridge Street. We felt it was important to keep the look of the existing house at 324 Main Street as a respectful nod to the original house, which has been neglected for many years and is in a state of disrepair. The second floor is now located under the eaves with 3 symmetrical windows across the front. We are also matching the steeply pitched roof, which we feel is important for the continuity of the historic look of this site. By raising the first floor and losing some headroom in the second floor bedrooms, our ridge height is 27 feet above the top of foundation. So if we go back to the site plan, you can see that the front porch aligns with the front of the existing house. It might be easier to see on the non-colored one, the original site plan. So the front wall of the house is actually pulled back 8 feet from the existing front of the house because we have an 8-foot deep front porch. The house itself conforms to the 25-foot side setbacks, although a deck has been added on the right side, replacing the existing patio. It is 13 feet from the property line. This deck allows for some first floor access to outside living space, much like the existing patio did before for the original first floor. We believe that this deck does not add to mass and scale of the structure, and it provides outside enjoyment as well as a second means of egress to grade. The AC and generator on the right side will also conform to the setback, unlike the existing units, which are 3 feet 8 inches from the property line. We have kept the same narrow footprint of the house, which is 26 feet wide, which keeps the existing view quarters on both the left and right-hand side of the house. The existing large tree on the west side of the property will remain as it gives scale to the house. If we can go to the Google Earth photo, the view quarters on the west side will open up with the demolition of the existing guest house, and by placing the new guest house further back on the lot, directly behind the main house. The existing guest house is only 6 feet from the main house, as you can see on the site plan and on this Google Earth photo. The proximity of the houses almost reads as one long house, except for the change in style of the rear guest house. The existing guest house is a gambrel, which we feel is not compatible with the historic look of the main house. I believe you do have plans of the existing house which show the gambrel and the 2-story wall height, right, on that east elevation, correct? So we moved the guest house back, creating a 40-foot buffer and a parking court between the 2 structures. And that shows up on the site plan. So this separation helps the structures have their own independent massing rather than perceived as one long structure. There is a detached single-car garage proposed between the houses, while the main house has a drive-under 2-car garage, which hides the family's cars from Bridge Street. The guest house, if we can go to the front elevation of the guest house, we wanted the guest house to be a companion structure to the main house with its covered front porch. The guest house, as a companion structure, it has the covered front porch, a drop in topography, and the lower ridge height, which is 21 feet 6 inches from the top of foundation. This narrow home, at 20 feet wide, creates an aesthetically pleasing cottage facade that is hidden behind the main house so that it enjoys separation while still feeling as a subordinate structure to the main house. Although the guest house has been pushed further back on the property, it is still forward of the east and west abutters, which you can see on the site plan. So those abutters will still enjoy vistas across the rear of the property as they do now. Both houses combined are 2,509 square feet in building coverage, well below the 2,850 allowed by 341 square feet. So with the addition of the attached garage, with the addition of the detached single-car garage, we are still below the 2,850 coverage by over 100 square feet. So we're talking about finished floor areas, and the finished floor of the proposed guest house is 23 square feet larger on the second floor than the existing house, and it is 188 square feet larger on the first floor than the existing guest house. So it is a modest change in area. Because we have the full basement and we are finishing 640 square feet, this and the gross floor area calculations include the entire basement of 2341, while the actual finished space is a modest 2,141 square feet. So this gross floor area of 2341 is a modest change of 58% of the gross floor area of the main house. The previous appeal in 2008 granted increase in gross floor area over 50%. As an aside note, if we compared the living space area calculations and added 340 square feet to the footprint of the main house, we would still be under the allowed building coverage by eliminating the detached garage. In addition, if we made the drive-under garage actual living space on the front main house, then the guest house would be at 51% floor area calculation. But however, we wanted to keep these three buildings modest in size rather than inflate the main house to make the numbers work. We feel that the massing, siding, and scale of the guest house is minimized by the design of the Cape-style cottage rather than the existing two-story gambrel. In addition, the separation of the two structures by 40 feet instead of 8 feet reduces the scale into two modest-sized homes rather than being perceived as one long structure. The total living space of the front house is 3,361 square feet, and that includes the lower level. As the gross floor area includes the drive-under garage, the gross floor area becomes 4,022 square feet. Again, we feel it is important to have this drive-under garage to reduce the exterior parking and clutter from Bridge Street, I'm sorry. We hope that you agree that these structures are aesthetically pleasing, respectful of the original architecture of the main house, and create a modest family siding of structures that is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
You have to turn off your, she did, all right, great. So I'll just run through the criteria very quickly. The adequacy of the size of the site in terms of the size of the proposed use. As Karen pointed out, the buildings meet the sideline setbacks, and the main house is no closer to Bridge Street than the existing structure, although the living area of the main house is actually 8 feet further back from Bridge Street than the existing building. And the structures together are only a 12.7%, where you can't say 15%, but where the 2850 would be allowed. Compatibility of the size of the proposed structure with neighboring properties, as you go up and down Bridge Street, there are some very substantial homes, both old and new. This property, because it faces Bridge Street and the building runs back away from Bridge Street, we think that, you could say that the proposed structures are compatible, although all the properties don't have two buildings on them. But where our second building is so far away from Bridge Street and substantially below it, you could find that our proposed structures are compatible with the neighboring properties. Extent of the proposed increase in the nonconforming nature of the structure or use, we do have a deck on the west side of the building that's only 13 feet from the sideline, but the main building does meet the 25-foot setback. So the increase in nonconforming nature would be the extent of the increase in the living area, the gross floor area, as computed, under the new interpretation, and that would be 66%, where the floor area is only 58% of the floor area, finished floor area in the main building, but the gross floor area, including unfinished spaces, would be 66%, where 50% is the nominal amount. The suitability of the site, we are outside the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, and we believe that because of the location of the property and its low nature, that there's no chance that there will be stormwater runoff onto adjacent properties, and the construction can be done without harming the natural environment behind us. In terms of scale, siting, and mass, so including views, vistas, and streetscapes. So the siting of the buildings is important. So the main building remains up in proximity to Bridge Street. And I think the design that Karen's done, can you show us the front of the main building again, Sarah, please? Is more attractive than the existing structure and softened, as Karen has done, by building a covered porch into the design. So the leading edge of the front porch is no closer to Bridge Street than the existing building. So the impact of that is that, the building's going to appear to your eye to be further away, and the front is broken up with the covered porch. So I think that in terms of scale, siting, and mass of the main building, there's no negative impact on the neighborhood visual character and views, vistas, or streetscapes. We think this is a handsome design. With regard to the guest house,
Yeah, I'm listening.
That'll be visible, of course, from the neighbors' properties, and it will be somewhat, in a very limited manner, visible from the street. But as Karen has indicated, by separating the buildings from the way they currently are, where it looks like there's just one single long building, we think that to the extent the guest house has any impact on the streetscape, it's an improvement. So we would suggest to the board that that this proposal with this design is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structures. compatibility of the proposed use with neighboring uses. Bridge Street, particularly on the south side, has large lots or lots that extend quite a distance from Bridge Street. And they've either been developed with the Panhandle subdivision, so there are two residences on a lot this size, or there are guest houses. So we think that this use is very much compatible with the neighboring uses. I think that, that would be our presentation.
Okay, is there anyone here today or on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Please indicate now you'd like to speak.
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
All right, I'll read the correspondence first. Michelle Clark writes on September 19th, the Historical Commission at its August 17th, 2021 meeting reviewed an application for full demolition of the structure at 322 Bridge. The commission determined during its deliberations that the structure is historically significant and imposed a 180-day demolition delay. The delay expired on February 13th, 2022. The August 17, 2021 determination is valid until August 17, 2023. Therefore, work must begin before the determination expires. Then we have a note. This is from Joe Giorgio, Board of Health, on 10/11. I've reviewed the plan to demo and rebuild the dwellings. The proposed plan will require an upgrade to the septic system due to encroachment on the existing system. The plan does not appear to increase the septic flow at the property. However, existing floor plans are needed for review prior to issuance of a permit to construct. This is a note from Christine McCarthy. She's the collections assistant at the town of Chatham. She writes on October 5th, I'm writing to let you know the following property has an outstanding fiscal year 2022 real estate tax balance. The application number listed, the property in question is located 322, with the owner listed as Seeley, Glenn Seeley. Now Casa Investments. I have attached an account balance statement so you can see the amount due, $4.25. The zoning board meeting regarding this property is scheduled for October 13th. I also attached, if you need any information, please do not hesitate to ask. And she sent along the bill for $4.25. Then she writes on October 13th, I'm just following up on the previous email. Tonight is the zoning board meeting. This was written today. And Casa Investments still has an outstanding real estate tax bill of $4.22 as of today. We understand the balance owed is not large. However, it's important that we collect this real estate tax balance. Thank you in advance for your time on this matter. Again, it came from Christine McCarthy.
Yes, Sarah told me about that today, so we'll run down and give them a $5 bill tomorrow.
All right. February 22nd, there's a note from Martha Stone. We own nearby property on Bridge Street, and we are writing to express our objection to the proposal to essentially double the size of the existing house and cottage at 322. While we understand that that's there now is non-conforming in many ways, what is proposed is classic overdevelopment and should not be allowed. This undersized lot already has two houses, with the one in the rear already having been enlarged by a special permit granted in 2008. We also understand that a guest house can only have 2 bedrooms, and when you granted permission for the expansion in 2008, the rear building was a guest house. But now the proposal is to give it a 3rd bedroom. How can that be done? It's already more than 50% of the size of the main house, which shouldn't be allowed, and now they seek to increase it further. This proposal should not be approved. It will have a substantial detrimental effect on the traffic congestion and noise from renters. The second driveway should absolutely not be allowed, as cars would have to back out onto busy Bridge Street. While the proposed houses themselves are not unattractive, shoehorning them, both of them, onto a small lot, which should by right only have one house, would have a negative impact on streetscape. The scale, mass, and siting of what's sought are inappropriate and simply too much, way too much for our neighborhood. The visual impact will be incompatible. The degree of increase in nonconformity is far too great, and the site itself is not adequate for what is sought. This project should be rethought, reduced, resubmitted. We strongly urge your board to reject this request. And then we have a note from, Petra Amoroso. Petra Amoroso, 311 Bridge Street. I'm writing to you again about the above properties. It's been brought to my attention there's a new proposed plan being reviewed today by your board. My previous concerns still stand with some additional information concerning the applicant. I did mention previously that Mr. Venacasa is a tract home developer in many locations in Massachusetts. He has changed the name of his company as he has done again with this proposal. Now Casa Investments. Why not use one of the other names in his portfolio? Elite Homes, Casa Builders and Developers, Rice Pond Village, Grafton Commons, Ocean View Builders, etc. Many towns in Massachusetts have seen these developments, at least 9 and counting. Is this what Chatham needs? The removal of a historic home to be replaced by a large investment, in parentheses, spec property on a too small non-conforming lot. A quick Google search and you will find that a neighbor to one of his developments has been complaining of exactly what I'm afraid will happen to the neighbors bordering 322. What Mr. Venacasa's response to his neighbor's problem he has caused. The complaint is that he has not developed the property as required, and the runoff to the neighbor does not seem to be of a concern to Mr. Venacasa. No concern for the neighbor's property, street, or town, since he moves on from one town to another, it seems. This latest plan lists the development as the Venacasa residence. Of course, this is an investment property, not the family residence. The two-bedroom cottage has been a summer rental for 2022, not a family residence. Note, correct me if I'm wrong, existing elevation on number 322 is 31.9. Existing two-bedroom cottage is 21.8. New construction elevation, according to plan, 5-bedroom dwelling 59, 2-bedroom dwelling 41.3. Really? 7 bedrooms and 3 half baths plus several laundry rooms for a septic system abutting Conservation Foundation land. Really? You must look to other permits approved and requirements to those permits on the south side of Bridge Street before approval. My suggestion for Venacasa would be to build a 2-car garage on the existing location of 322 with guest quarters above to complement his 2-bedroom home that he feels is valuable enough to rent. Below an FYI link, same concerns for 322 Bridge Street, with the plan be executed as written. Venacasa accused of assault/a battery against the abutter Shrewsbury project. Thank you again for your time and reading my concerns. Then we have a note from Virginia Nickerson of 30 Bittersweet Lane. She writes on October 13th, though my letter primarily concerns 322-324 Bridge Street, I hope that the member of the ZBA will take my thoughts into consideration. I believe our protective zoning bylaw was written for a good reason. Setbacks protect neighbors, firefighters, and much needed vegetation, which is the habitat for our birds and animals. With every house that receives an approval from the ZBA to build up and out, we're losing our town to overdevelopment. Our houses are becoming excessive in size. I hope that the members of the ZBA will not approve his overuse of property and vote to send it back to the drawing board to reduce the overall scale and size. Thank you for your consideration. Then we have a letter, this is from Megan Gray Thomas, on behalf of the Mary Ann Gray Family Realty Trust, on October 11th. I'm writing regarding the application for new non-conforming structures. Our family has owned the property directly across the street, 317, 321, and 323 Bridge Street, since 1917. We have long enjoyed the location of these homes, particularly the view of the water from the back property, 323. For reference, we have also owned another property in Chatham since 1975 and have enjoyed being part of the Chatham community for 45 years. We'd like to object to the increase in the non-conforming dimensions of the new structures at 322 and 324, particularly the increase in height and width of the non-conforming structure at 322. We recognize that the existing home at 322 is already non-conforming with a building height of 30.5 feet, max 30 feet allowed, and 24.9 feet from the westerly abutter, 25 feet required. However, the proposed new structure would be more than a foot higher, 31.9, and would have a reduction in the westerly abutter to 13.7, nearly 12 feet under the conforming standards. A new structure would therefore be higher and wider and would likely obscure the view from the property. We request that the proposed new structure maintain the current non-conforming height of 30.5 feet and a westerly abutter of 24.9, since this is apparently grandfathered in, and that no additional increase in non-conforming height or width be allowed. This would be respectful of the view from our property and also more closely in line with the town's conforming guidelines. We appreciate your consideration of this request. Please let me know if you have any questions and look forward to your decision. Then we have a letter. This is from Mary Cooper. And Mary's letter was received on February 23rd of this year. We realize that because so many of us on Bridge Street are already non-conforming, the questions regarding special building permits are perhaps more complicated. But the issue arising from this application should really be addressed. Are there actually any rules for building second houses on our piece of land? Could we all in our non-conforming houses get permission to build a quote-unquote guest house and then declare it simply a second house without the restrictions that apply to a guest house? Thank you for your consideration. And then we have it's an extremely long letter. I'm not too sure where it stops.
It's like 4 pages.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
This is a letter from Margaret Gibson and William Gibson, which was received on February 23rd. My family, the Gibsons, are the western abutters to the above-mentioned special permit. We have owned and resided on this property since 1960. When we attempted to separate the property and build a second house, we were denied. We own almost 1.5 acres. However, we were told we could build a guest house under strict zoning rules. The guest house had to be half the...
The author is in the audience and is willing to speak if you don't want to have to.
Oh, would you rather speak? You go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it, okay. The guest house had to be half the living space of the main house, only 1,500 square feet. Could have 6 total bedrooms total between the two houses. We complied with the rules, including proper distance from the butters, height of house, and proper distance from the wetlands on the south. 1, we are proposed to the request for the special permit as it is incongruent with the preamble to section VP 40, page 44 of the Town of Chatham, Commonwealth of Massachusetts Protected Bylaw on all 3 accounts. Quote, the provisions of this section are intended to achieve the following objectives in conjunction with the proposed changes in non-conforming lots, buildings, and uses. Dash, to promote or maintain compatibility with neighboring properties and natural resources. Dash, to avoid the creation of adverse impacts on neighboring properties or on natural resources. And dash, to reduce or minimize existing adverse impacts on neighboring properties or on natural resources. 2, also as per section V, part B, page 44 of the bylaws, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to provide the written findings prior to making a decision. Quote, in making its decision, the Zoning Board of Appeals shall make written findings addressing at a minimum each of the following considerations if applicable. And then there's a listing of 1 through 12 of our normal standards for making decisions. 3, the special permit application under review would allow the existing non-conforming conditions to be increased on the following counts. That this would adversely affect us and our enjoyment of our yard. It would not reduce or minimize existing impacts on neighboring properties, just the opposite. A, the west-facing deck proposed for 322 Bridge Street is within the 25-foot required setback, defined as the structure as per Section 2 definitions number 105 structure. This change moves the outdoor living space for that residence to 13.4 feet within the west property line. Previously, the residence was 24.9 feet, a worsening of the non-conforming condition. B, the residence at 324 Bridge Street is being relocated farther back on the property within an area which is presently clear of any structures. This alone is a significant step in worsening of the existing non-conforming condition. The proposed structure is also 13.8 feet from the west property line, where previously it was 15.1 feet. C, the ridge elevation for 322 Bridge Street previously exceeded the max allowed ridge elevation by 0.5 feet, 52 to 51.5 max allowed, and proposed will exceed the max allowed by 1.6 feet, 54 feet 52.4 feet for 1.6 in excess. 4, as per the architectural plans within the application, the square footage of the buildings has increased 2,200 square feet. Again, this doesn't reduce or minimize existing impacts, just the opposite, as per the assessor's report, 322 Bridge Street, net square footage of 1326, approximately 2,600 square feet is proposed. 324 Bridge Street, net square footage is 1,271, and 2210 square footage is proposed. We are opposed to allowing the increased height of the buildings. C3C above. Increasing this non-conforming condition further impacts us and neighbors negatively. Again, it should avoid creation of adverse impacts in the neighboring properties. It is our understanding that the property will be used or has the potential to be used, and to a significant degree, as a short-term rental property. The potential for this use is not compatible with our use. We are owner-occupied, and a full-time residence will be negatively impacted by the revolving short-term rental neighbors with noise and nuisance. If there were a way to ensure we could have a long-term neighbor, either as a long-term tenant or owner-occupied, this would be a different story. Then there's a section here which says, please provide clarification to the following. 1, with the increase of the footprint of hardscape, including the buildings, decks, and terraces, where is the runoff going? To the abutters, including the wetland. Has there been a study of this? It is not in the special report. 2, the plan is for 7 bedrooms between the 2 structures. This is 1 more than my family was allowed on a larger lot. My question is whether the available land can adequately accommodate septic and leach fields and be the proper distance from the abutters and wetland. To provide to 2 separate residences would require 2 separate septic systems and leach fields, ? Please provide the record or code citation which allows for this. Confirm that proposed plans will have the potential to proceed in accordance with health and sanitary requirements for septic systems required reserve areas as per the Board of Health regulations. 3, provide the record or code reference which allows for the second building, which is existing and non-conforming, to increase significantly in square footage. A, R40 zoning allows for 1 dwelling only, ADU and guest house accepted. B, the proposed second home is in excess of the existing non-conforming second structure, which it is replacing, and the existing structure does not conform to either of the following. C, does not meet the criteria to be considered a guest house, i.e. 50% square footage of the main house and max 2 bedrooms. And D, does not meet the criteria to be considered an ADU, i.e. max 900 square feet, max 2 bedrooms. What allows for this to be increased in scope? And then this is another letter. Okay, this is from Pietra. It's dated February 18th, 2022. In response to your letter of 2/4/22 regarding the proposed application referenced for the property of 322 Bridge Street, my response. First, I would like to address the use of two numbers, 322 and 324, in this application. For 30-plus years, I have lived across the street from this property, and to my knowledge, it has always been listed as 322. I suspect the addition of number 324 has occurred after this applicant purchased the property January of 2021. Why? To appear as two existing properties, most likely. If true, this needs to be made clear that someone is trying to deceive, ? By giving the property two separate numbers, the past history of the property can possibly be overlooked. The front historic building has not been habitable for many years due to water damage. Denied insurance claim, followed by a successful lawsuit, I suspect, by the previous owner, and then the construction of the, quote, 322 new guest house, 2010-2011, ? You would have to review the permits issued below to see if there was hardship stated by the previous owner. Could also impact this application, possibly. You will notice the use of the number 322 to permit, quote, demo of previous guest house and construction of 322 new guest house. Below, how the permits were issued and approved, Town of Chatham. Building permits issued for number 322, October 2008, 08-448 Glen Sheely Demo Guest House, 08-449 Glen Sheely Foundation only, and then 03-2009, 09-067 Glen Sheely 322 New Guest House. Note, address given on building permit and later constructed, quote, 322 New Guest House, unquote, rear of historic house is number 322, same as the main house, not number 324. Second, when reviewing this application and noticing the applicant's name, Casa Investments, Inc., I believe the new owner's company might be banking and/or stocks. Wrong. My children met Stephen Benincasa shortly after he purchased the property at 322. At that time, he stated he was building a new home for his two daughters. I have since heard he has changed that story to say he will be renting the two houses after construction. I don't believe either is the true story. It appears to me that Stephen Benincasa could possibly be developing the property into two spec houses to be sold by his wife Barbara Benincasa. Casa Investment Inc. is the new name for Casa Realty Builders. I believe the name change came after the purchase of number 322 in January of 2021. You will see on their website that Mr. Benincasa has been a land developer of residential track houses for 40-plus years. There are 13, quote, neighborhood developed by Casa Builders on their website. Is this application for subdivision? ? Possibly. Casa Builders, before becoming Casa Investments, Inc., also used the name Elite Builders. His company has a real estate division that I'm sure would market and sell these two properties, separately, if allowed to be constructed. My wife, Barbara, his wife, Barbara, heads up the real estate side of the business. So, if anyone is thinking there would be any extra value in approving this application for future gain, I very much doubt there will be any benefit to lawyers or real estate agents in town. The Google trail below, click links, thank you. There are click links to Google. This application, in truth, is to develop number 322 one house with a permitted guest house into a dwelling, multi-dwelling family building. So any other version the board might have been given of the future intent should be considered questionable at best. The addition of a brand-new street number to the property, along with the applicant seemingly to disguise his true identity, makes all other accounts suspect. I would ask that this application be denied as presented. The applicant should keep within the boundaries allowed by the previous permit and build a house with a guest house for one family. If approved, how many other non-conforming properties in Chatham would fall victim to being renumbered and developed more as tract housing than single-family Chatham homes? My red flag really was the architectural plan showing two distinctly separate parking, driveway areas, Definitely two families living separately. I would also hope that as a life member of the Chatham Conservation Foundation, the CCF would weigh in on what the impact will be to their abutting property. No matter what the final design for this property, take a hard look, and with guidance not allowing any landfill to be brought in that would change the grade and drainage of number 322, both as runoff into my neighbor's properties on the east and west, ultimately into CCF land, or the septic/leaching field runoff into conservation lands to the south. Thank you for your time. Best, Pietro Amoroso, 311 Bridge Street. And then we have another email from Noah Fleischman, 36 Harding Lane, Chatham, to the board. This is dated February 22, 2022. My family owns property at 309 Bridge Street, and we are writing to express our objection to the proposed zoning appeal that would essentially double the size of the existing house and cottage at 322 Bridge Street. While we understand that what is there now is non-conforming, what is proposed requires even more multiple exceptions to the existing zoning requirements and should not be allowed. The undersized lot at 322 Bridge Street already has two structures. The guest house at the rear has already been enlarged by a special permit granted in 2008. We also understand that a guest house can only have 2 bedrooms, and when a special permit was granted the expansion in 2008, the rear building was in fact a guest house. Now the design plan is to give the proposed second cottage a 3rd bedroom. This proposal should not be approved. It will have a substantially detrimental effect on the neighboring homes in terms of proximity, scale, and noise from short-term renters. While the proposed houses are not unattractive, shoehorning both structures, parens, and a garage, on parens, onto an exceptionally narrow lot further illustrates the need to enforce existing zoning in the neighborhood. Granting exceptions to too many non-conforming structures on too many properties is not in the best interest of the neighborhood or the town. After all, the zoning was put into place for a reason. This project should be rethought, reduced in scale, and resubmitted. We strongly urge the board to reject this special permit request. And that's the end of the correspondence.
Okay, is there anyone here on Microsoft Teams that would like to speak against this application or has a specific question? Mr. Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Litchfield. I commend the board for its diligence in sitting here, listening as long as you have, and I will try to be relatively brief, but I think also it's fairly important to make some points. Karen spoke earlier of a property with 2 dwelling units. Well, that's true in one sense, but what we really have or are supposed to have under our bylaw is a main house and a subordinate house, and that's very important to consider. Mr. Thompson earlier spoke about what we may have done historically in the past was not always right, and now we're adhering to what Mr. Briggs is saying. And I wondered how it was that the guest house was allowed to be increased by 20 square feet over what is allowed back in 2008. Mr. Veach read the decision. It was simply a different way of measuring. That house was rebuilt on the same footprint. Yeah, it was 20 square feet larger than 50%, but it was a technicality because there had been a flood and a demolition, and the knee walls were replaced with full-size walls. So a nonconformity technically was created in 2008, but we're now attempting to use that minimal technical nonconformity, 20 square feet, to piggyback and to get to a 580 square foot expansion or a 66% increase, which I don't think is appropriate. The guest house under our bylaw is supposed to be subordinate, and I question why a guest house, a subordinate dwelling, needs a garage. It simply makes no sense. We're talking about demolition and rebuilding. We waited out the demolition delay imposed by the Historical Commission, but if we're demolishing and rebuilding, we presumably have the ability to decrease nonconformities. I think back with fondness about Mr. Grau's comments last summer about something on the other side of Stage Harbor which actually decreased in size. Mr. Grau was quoted as saying, well, the Board of Appeals isn't familiar with that concept. It ought to occasionally be familiar with that concept, and I think this is one case where it might have happened. The guest house is getting bigger, the house is getting bigger. The garage, the shed, a 100-square-foot shed is becoming a 250-square-foot garage. Or 242-square-foot garage, that's a 240% increase. We have a 21,600-square-foot lot. For a house and a guest house, we need 60,000 square feet for a house and a guest house. There are many things that could be done. The last hearing, some people thought, or at least one person thought, a 2,800 square foot house on a 20,000 square foot lot was too much. Here we have a 6,600 square feet of gross floor area house proposed, or structure is proposed on a lot of the same size. So with rebuilding, you could make it less non-conforming, you could plant a vegetative screen, you could not exceed the height, you could move back from the street, you could move away from the lot line, but those are just random thoughts. They're not anything we actually discussed, because we were never afforded the opportunity to discuss anything. When the applicant was here on June 23rd without his counsel, and he said that he would work with Attorney Litchfield, or his attorney would work with Attorney Litchfield. He said, quote, I want to work with my abutters. I'm happy to reach out to the abutters. A number of quotes along those lines. Not having heard a word from Mr. Riley from June until 4:15 yesterday, I assumed this would be continued again. But I know that this is the fourth time I've been here in regard to this. I know you didn't want any further continuances. The abutters, I can't speak to all abutters, I can say that I never heard a word to discuss any of those things that I suggested just now might be considered. Nothing was done that was promised to you. The neighbors have strong objections. There's another question. I recognize the applicant wants these properties for his two daughters, as he says, and I believe him, but we don't know what the future is going to hold. I've heard a little bit about the town's concern about summer rentals. A property with 7 bedrooms would lend itself very well to that. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen with this applicant, but it could happen in the future. It has been a long evening already. But the mass of these structures at 6,600 square feet is too much. The impact on the streetscape is too much. The degree of increase in nonconformity is too much. The effect on traffic from having a second driveway is too much. The proposal is just too much. Had we been afforded the promised opportunity to have discussions, we might be able to present to this board something the neighbors, if not enthusiastic about, might at least live with. But in this case, this is beyond the pale. I urge the board to reject this request for a special permit, and I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Litchfield. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this application or has a specific question? I don't see anybody, Sarah.
I see no one that wishes to speak in opposition or has a question.
Mr. Riley. Did you wish to speak in rebuttal at all?
Well, Mr. Benincas's daughters are 36 and 40. They have a total of 4 grandchildren. That's why they have a garage in each building, because they're going to be used by the family. Although we all may die and the new owners may rent them, but right now the plan is for Mr. Benincas's family to use them. I wasn't aware that Bill Litchfield was waiting for me to call, otherwise I would have called him. We have great chats, he and I. But we had so many questions of our own. We really didn't know, candidly, sort of where we were going because of the differences in methods of calculating the square footage. So
The way I looked at it is that we had 2 houses there. I have 2 daughters. I am truthful, sincerely, that my two daughters are going to use those houses, but I also said that if my daughters weren't there, that I would rent them occasionally. It's not a rental, it's not in my rental portfolio to do rentals at that price point on Bridge Street. Believe me, it's not a home run for me. I'm a developer in Central Mass, has nothing to do with what I do in Chatham. I've been in Chatham 17 years. I'm like everyone else here, okay? So we have a lot, with 2 houses on it. We thought that'd be ideal. I have 2 daughters. I could put 2 more houses there. I was led to one by the person I bought it from. We started going down that path that you can't have. I have 7 bedrooms. I can't have 3 bedrooms. That's why we withdrew. We came back in with 2 bedrooms in one and 5 bedrooms in the other because it's permitted as 7 bedrooms. No, I didn't want to give up. We came in below the lot coverage. It seems right, and I waited a long time. I bought this property, I waited a long time for Karen because I think her designs are phenomenal. And I think her designs are a major improvement to that property, into the street, and to the town. She's done designs all over town, and I love her work. So I did wait a long time for that, just like the previous development came in on Ivy Street. I hired Patrick Ahern. He did the same thing. He waited a long time. We paid a lot of money for those plans. He came in with a good design. These are 2 great designs, and I can go through them point by point and rebut all those letters that came through. We'd be here till frickin' 10 o'clock at night. I'm not gonna do that. But I do want to, so I think what it comes down to is we have 2 really nice design houses on that lot. I could take those down and put one big house. That's not what I want. It's not what I think should be in that neighborhood. I think those 2 little cottages, designed the way they are, one mimics the house that's there, the Salt Park design, the other Cape design, with the 2 front porches and the thing, are beautiful designs. And I'm so excited. My wife is so excited. She's here. She'll tell you the same thing here. We're passionate about what we're doing, and there's a lot of bullshit that's been thrown out here tonight, and on a.
No swearing, okay?
I didn't think that was a swear, but.
It is.
Sorry.
Not in Central Mass, so.
It's very offensive to hear that, and I could rebut it, but I'm not going to. So we've got 2 beautiful cottages that Karen designed. We're so excited to build those. We think it's going to be a great attribute to the neighborhood. There's no way you could see it's more detrimental than the neighborhood. So we put a little garage in the middle that we can store a boat, because I have kayaks, I have a little 17-foot Montauk, and I have more bicycles than anybody here in this room. So I like to store my bicycles in there too. So the garage space is of value, the basement space of value. So to me, it comes down to right now is because Jay's interpretation of the basement has to count, and I understand that you all support him. I would do the same thing if I was you. He's part of your team member. So I agree with that. So we're down to right now is I've got 2 nice cottages. I'm under on the square footages. And I've got a basement on one cottage that is the problem, on my guest house. Is that where we are right now? And if that's the case, you tell me what I need to do in order to get your approval, because obviously I'm here for your approval. I really don't want a slab on grade. I hate the idea of a slab on grade. I know you said you've seen a lot of them. I haven't seen a lot of them, but I'm sure they're out there. So habitable space is 7 foot. I could make the basement below 7 feet. I could deed restrict it, or you could deed restrict it. I don't know what else to say in that regard, I guess, except for if you're going to deny this based on the basement, then you tell me what I need to do. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Questions from the board, Buck?
Buck has no questions.
Bill?
No questions.
Oh.
I have no questions.
Dave Thompson, no questions.
Randy?
No questions.
Dave?
Yeah, well, I'd like to say I have no questions, but I do have at least one. Karen, I note on your design and the front house, it's called the front house, I don't know if it's 322 or whatever. You indicate a roof pitch of 15 and 12. And by my eyesight anyway, I would say that the existing house is a 12 pitch. And you take a good look at the existing house, that front, especially that front facade, and if that's not a right angle, I'm not good at gauging right angles. So given that you are proposing to increase the non-conforming height of the building, I'm kind of wondering why we need to do that. You're proposing to have this ridge be 2 feet higher than the existing. The existing is 6 inches.
It's 1.5 feet higher.
I'm gonna go on the site plan. I'm on the site plan where it says ridge elevation. You could, existing 5-bedroom home, ridge elevation 52.0. Proposed 5-bedroom dwelling, ridge elevation 54.0. So that's 2 feet. And it's not, I don't believe it's necessary, and I certainly don't think it's necessary. I'm sorry, it's just questions, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Karen, can you explain to me why you would need to increase the roof pitch by 3 inches per foot in order to, what is it you are accomplishing there?
To me, it did look like it was a steeper pitch than a 12 pitch, also based on the measurements and counting shingles and getting the height.
Well, I didn't measure anything, but I took advantage across the street, getting up on the hill a little bit and taking as direct a photo as I could and laying a square on it, and I would say it's a 12 pitch, but, you know.
I think we can certainly discuss dropping the pitch to a 12 pitch if that was
Well, if that's gonna get you closer to if you're 6 inches over what's allowed now, and I would be much happier if you were not seeking to increase the height nonconformity. So that's I think that's really my only question, Dave. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Paul?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Need a vote on that, Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
Paul votes yes.
Dave?
Dave Thompson votes yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
Start with Buck. Deliberations. There's no question.
Okay. Well, it's 20 to 8, and I can make it real short. If in fact we need to discuss this further, I'm not in favor of even continuing it. They've had 4 continuances, and it seems to me that we're running around in circles. So my deliberation is I'm not in favor of a continuance.
And how about the application?
Well, obviously, we're going to need 2 votes to not have a request for a continuance, so you can put me down for 1.
Bill? No one's asked for a continuance. Bill?
And we were told not to ask for continuance, that's why nobody's asked for continuance.
That is correct.
I think, you know, in looking at our criteria and looking at this proposal, that both from a suitability standpoint and scale and siting and mass standpoint, this is too much. It's just, there's too much on here. It's jammed in here where arguably 20% of the site's unusable in the back anyway. If you take that out of it, I mean, you're putting over 6,000 square feet of living space on less than 20,000 square feet of land. It's just too much. You know, and then to violate the side setback with a deck when you could have slid it around the back or something and eliminated the garage and maybe you make a carriage house, something, but to me, it's just too much. And if I were voting, I would probably be voting against it.
Paul?
Yeah, I agree. I think the scale, siting, and mass is not appropriate for this location. It seems as if we're trying to put 5 pounds into a 3-pound bag, and it doesn't work. I think it is definitely substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
So Dave, we'd like to request a withdrawal so we can go back and redesign and come back some other day.
Well,
I'll move to grant the requested withdrawal without prejudice.
Dave Veach seconds.
Hawk?
I have to ask the chair, what's the difference between a withdrawal and a continuance?
Well, huge. A continuance means we set another date and all that. A withdrawal, it's gone. Now, if you're asking the difference between a withdrawal and a vote, it's 2 years.
Except by repetitive petition.
Right, I mean, there are exceptions to all of this, but if you voted, to turn it down, let's suppose it went to a vote, then they technically can't come back for 2 years. But they can because they changed the plan and all that, so there's a huge difference between a continuance, because that would continue on this special act. But a withdrawal, it's gone. It's gone. And they have to go back to the drawing board and think again and start the whole process over again.
All right, I'm ready to vote. No.
Now you've got me thinking about what is it that's pending? I mean, what's pending is a request to withdraw without prejudice. I made that motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, I seconded that.
There's a second to the motion. I'll vote in favor of the motion.
I'm going to vote in favor of the motion, but can I say one thing about this piece of property? That back house never should have been built. How they got that thing in there that long ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago?
Yeah, 2008.
Yeah. Nobody was thinking. Sorry.
I vote in favor of the request for withdrawal.
Yeah, and I do too, so that's granted, 4-1.
Thank you, and apologize for taking all the time.
Okay. I have no idea what time it is. What do you think?
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
Buck votes yes.
Oh, I'll vote.
Yes.
Bill?
Yes. All vote yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And Sarah, the official time is?
7:46 PM.
Oh, man, I can't believe it. Okay, thank you one and all, and have a great evening.
We're short 2 cocktails, so